Yeah, that's some real stuff right there. I'll tell you that much. I understand that. Can't just be over here leaving me in my own thoughts for a while. Yeah, for some of y'all, I didn't click off one. Well, dude, I got one of the buttons that, like, for some reason, whenever I click it to end the live, it doesn't always click. I have to click it like multiple times. So last night I was just sitting there, just hanging out, and I was like, "Oh, I'm still live," which is cool. So yeah. What do I think about the UAE leaving OPEC? That is a great question. And honestly, like, I haven't had a full amount of time to think about it, right? But I've had some time to think about it, if that makes sense, right? So I've had some time to think about it, not as much as I would have really wanted. Um, but yeah, my first thought was just kind of like, it makes sense, right? I don't really know. Like, I guess I understand some of the advantages of being an OPEC, but let's remember that, like, we're not an OPEC. There's a reason we're not an OPEC, and that's because we don't want a whole bunch of people telling us how much oil we can or cannot produce, right? And I understand, like, as a conglomerate, they are more power, they have more sway, they have more influence, right? I understand that. But yeah, I mean, after all of this, like, what exactly, with all of the attacks and all and the Strait of Hormuz being closed and all sorts of stuff like that, like, yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. Oh, I'd probably leave too. Yeah, I'd probably leave too. I don't know. I think a lot of these Gulf countries are going to start making. I think a lot of these Gulf countries are going to start making some very interesting decisions. You know, I think a lot of these Gulf countries are going to start making some really interesting decisions when it comes to how they treat each other and how they treat the United States. I think it's going to be a big mix, really. We'll see though. We'll see. I don't. It would not surprise me if they're not the last ones. And plus, like, the whole Venezuela thing, and the U.S. having, like, some type of say in Venezuelan oil, and that oil is supposed to be, like, under OPEC control. I don't know. I think you're gonna see a lot of countries there kind of rethinking the way that they do business. Anyways, y'all, welcome in. Come on in. Say something in the chat. If I see, one comment for every 30 to 40 to 50 of you, then you're wrong. So come in, say something, say hi to me, say hi to somebody else in the chat, make friends. And they used to tell you all that in church, you go someplace, like, come, stand up, say hi to someone next to you, shake their hand. Okay? That's how we get to know each other in here. All right. That's how we get to know each other in here. As we're getting this thing started, if you guys still support Trump, you can join the guest request box, or you can call in on the number that's on my screen. That line is open now. I don't know who's screening calls today, but whoever's doing that, it is open, so you can jump on in. It's your birthday? You turn 42? Damn, you're old. You are so old. Dude, I don't know what Jimmy Kimmel did to hurt these dudes' feelings, man. Everybody say happy birthday to Lynn. Everybody say happy birthday to Lynn. Yeah. I don't understand like what Jimmy Kimmel like did to these folks. Like for real. They just hate this motherfucker, bro. Yeah, they hate this dude. He hasn't done anything, dude. I don't get it. He's a comedian. It's so funny how you have all these and they're really gonna alienate like a lot of their people too, right? Because remember, like all these like big Trumpers that like Trump podcasters that like big time supported him and stuff like that, like Andrew Schultz, like Theo Vaughn, like these guys are all comedians. Above everything, they're comedians. You know? And you think going after a comedian for doing comedy is your best bet? Joe Rogan, great example. You think going after comedians for doing comedy is your best bet? Because one thing comedians believe, it's that like nothing like should be off limits. They should be able to go full bore, say whatever jokes they want, right? And that nothing's off limits, right? They're the group of people who are like who are the most like don't censor comedy, don't do any of that stuff. And to a certain and to a major, honestly, like to a huge point, I agree, right? I don't think things should be off limits to comedy. I really don't. Right? And that's for everybody. That's for everybody. Like, I really do. I believe that you should be able to make fun of whoever you want, whatever situation you want. I think it's part of how we move past things. I think it's a part of how we deal with reality, right? I think it brings a lot of awareness to different situations. You know? I really do. And that's my personal view. I think being able to make fun of stuff is very, very helpful. Even if I don't agree with that stuff. Actually, almost especially if I don't agree with that stuff, right? But the fact that the Trump administration, for some reason, has all these guys that are comedians that only reason they like Donald Trump is because they thought he was unfiltered, because, you know, he would just say whatever was on his mind, that would do all of those things. And now they're like, Jimmy Kimmel said something that's mean. Like, dude, they're going up in arms right now about Jimmy Kimmel saying something about the White House Correspondents' Dinner before the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Like, you get that, right? They're up in arms about him making fun of a situation. And then they're like, that wasn't anything to joke about. And it's like, he wasn't joking about what happened on Saturday. The episode came out on Thursday. You soft little snowflakes. Yeah, you saw like it hadn't even existed yet. Anyways, I don't know. It's just it's just a bunch of really, really, really soft little snowflakes that get their feelings hurt if it's anything against what they have to say, right? Like if it's them, they want to be able to just say whatever. Like you got Donald Trump literally calling for the hanging of Democrats, right? Calling for the execution of Democrats. And like everybody, you say anything about it, they're like, oh, you know, he's just joking. They're just being soft, like all this sort of stuff. Like that's what they say, right? But if Jimmy Kimmel makes a joke before the shooting happens, then, you know, then all of a sudden it's, you know, it's a huge thing. You know, I don't know. It's just sad little snowflakes crying, bro. That's all it is. It's just sad little snowflakes crying. All right, y'all. Well, we're about to get this thing started. We got a call in the screen room. Looks like we got a couple people up in the guest request box if it's somebody that's not a crazy person. And we're going to move on to some conversation. So I really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. If you guys would please do me the favor of hitting that follow button if you haven't already, hitting that subscribe button if you haven't already. Just, even one or two of you guys every once in a while, that would be super helpful. I forgot I didn't have my headphones in. Democrats are the emotional ones? No, that's not true. Literally, the Republicans are out there crying about a comedian doing comedy. Y'all are fucking softer than that fucking bear's ass in the freaking Cottonelle commercial, bro. Y'all are freaking candy fucking bunny soft, bro. Candy bunny soft. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Snuggle soft, bro. That's what I'm going to start calling you guys. I'm going to start calling y'all snuggle soft, bro. Wild. By the way, to answer your question, Corey, I did see it earlier. And yes, of course you go. Why not? Have fun. Life's short. Life is short. Why not? Why not? Snuggle soft. All right, we're going to see if we have any snuggle soft freaking MAGA in here to talk to. Hope you guys are having a good one. If you guys like support the live, you know all the ways to help do it. It's Charmin Ultra Soft. I like Snuggle Soft though. It is Charmin Ultra Soft. By the way, I'm like super bougie. Just thought I'd let you know. I don't use anything but whatever the one with the bear is, and the super soft, bro. Don't cheat your butt. Like, buy the good stuff if you can. Tara, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the... Shh.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate that. I do have the hand hearts up there, too, if anybody would like to help support. And really, big W's in the chat for Tara for that. That's absolutely huge. Like I said, we are trying to clear this gift gallery that we've been slacking on because it got too high, and now we're low again. So now we don't have to worry about it. Anyways, hello. How old are you?
19.
Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
Of course.
All right. Why is that?
Instead of politics, you should have more interest on the quality of your beard. It's very patchy. Very patchy.
You support Trump because of my beard?
I recommend a dermastamp and minoxidil to fix it and balance it out. I don't actually support Trump. I don't even support democracy. I'm just trying to help a brother out.
Why would I listen to someone who doesn't support democracy?
You need a better beard.
I asked you a question. Why would I?
You're pushing an agenda.
Why would I listen to somebody about my beard who doesn't support democracy? That was the question I asked you.
Well, democracy itself is inculcated, and you're pushing all the...
Do people that have parents that, or siblings have better beards?
Yes, I myself have...
Yes, they do. Yeah, that makes sense. Now I understand why you're giving such good beard advice. Nobody gives a shit, bro. You're 19, bro. I got more hair on my nuts than you have on your face, bro. Chill out. Okay? Anyways, we're going to move on to the next person. I really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Tati, thank you so much for the hearts too. I think that might have cleared it off the gift gallery too. We might have already cleared that. So I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. W's the chat for Tati for possibly clearing. Oh no, one away. It was one away from clearing it. But give it up for Tati anyway. It was one away from clearing it, but we're still going to give it up. Hello, how are you?
Salutations. I'm doing pretty well.
Awesome. How old are you?
22.
Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
Of course.
Awesome. Why is that?
Because Renee Good is in fucking hell, you nigger.
I don't believe in hell, sir. So why would I care about
and that? And Aaron Bushnell burned himself alive, and he's still burning down under. He will never stop burning. That nigga burned himself in front of the Israel embassy. Fuck Aaron Bushnell, nigga.
Wow, looks like we got some wild ones today. Interesting. Yeah, some people are angry. Not very smart, but very angry. Not not very smart, but very angry, you know? Oh my goodness. Softies today. Softies today. Remember, it's funny how I was just talking about how soft they are, right? How they're Charmin ultra soft. I was just having a full conversation about how MAGA is literally Charmin ultra soft, how they can't even have a conversation, like how they can't do it. They just start crying and whining about everything. And one person comes up crying about my beard. I assume because he, wants to do things to my body, right? Like sexually, because he's very attracted to me. And he was like, man, if that beard was just like a little longer, oh, he's probably just sitting at home licking his lips about how cute I am. And he's just like, man, I just wish the beard was like a little longer. I just wish it would tickle me just a little bit more, right? And I understand that, sir. But again, I don't date, I don't date people that that came from the procreation of siblings. So I don't do that. And then the next person just comes up there calling me the N word, right? Just super soft, bro. Yeah, tickle me timbers over here. I don't know what is going on with these crybabies. But maybe we have some MAGA in here that can actually redeem the 2 crybabies that we have so far. Because right now, the little tickle me timber freaking 19-year-olds are gonna have to go. All right. We're gonna need more than them. Okay, so if you still support Trump, you can call in on the number that's above my head, or you can join the guest request box, and we can have a conversation. I really appreciate that. The Blue said they're not really butthurt, just working the ref. Yeah, I guess I can kind of see that. No, I don't see that. They're butthurt. They're big giant crybabies. They're big old Charmin softies. They're big old crybabies. They're big old Charmin softies. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. They're softies. Zoe, thank you so much for the sunshine. I really appreciate that. Capo with the 10 gifted, huge W's in the chat for the 10 gifted memberships over here. I really, really appreciate that. Huge W's in the chat for that. Beat, thank you so much for the $10. Said, hey, Paulie, been a fan for a while. Love you, but I'd like to test something. Would you be willing to ask each caller why Trump hasn't released all the Epstein files and why nobody's been arrested? I can't do that, unfortunately, because one of these little apps gets super finicky when I talk about that too much. I would love to. But yeah, it's just they get so finicky, They just get so picky. It's weird. Almost every single time like something happens with my live over on the wonderful Tiki Talkies over there, it's because I talk about this, which is funny. Like it gets sold off to an American company. And then literally, it wants to do mean stuff to me every single time. Strange, isn't it? It's very strange. It's very strange. Hello, how are you? I'm doing great. How old are you?
39. How old are you?
39. Do you still support Trump?
Yeah, I didn't vote for him the first time, and then the second and third time I did.
So is this are you like aging more quicker than others and just like kind of losing it? So like over time?
Good one. I appreciate the veiled insult per se. So yes, I still support him. So the reasons I voted for him, he's doing great with.
Like what?
Southern border. What are your thoughts?
It exists.
Okay. Do you think more people are coming across it now or there were 3 years ago?
Than 3 years? Can I ask you a question before I answer that question?
Yes, sir.
Why do you guys always compare things to the middle of Joe Biden's term and not the end of it? Like, why do you hold on, sir? Why do you not compare what Joe Biden gave Donald Trump instead of, hey, let's go back a year and a half before he did a bunch of work on it, and then let's start talking about it? Like, why is that?
Because if you said, look at Biden's first day of his first term, it was also a very low number. It took a while to open up the pipelines.
No, sir, but that's not what I'm asking you. Okay, I'm not asking you to go back to day one. I'm going asking you to go back out to the last day because that's the last day, right? Like that's how that works, right? Because a president is president for 4 years. So if something is bad and they significantly improve that by the end of their term, then you don't go back to the part where it was bad. You go back to after they improved it. So let me
So
ask you this question, sir.
I
Is
was
it
an
say, no?
Obama
Let
fan.
me ask. What does that have to do with what we're talking
Well,
about,
no, it
sir?
has to do
Let
with
me
when
ask you a
Trump came
question.
into office,
Let
he
me
said the
ask you a
economy was
question.
great,
Let
but
me
that was
ask you
really
a
the
question.
result of Obama's work.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, let me ask you a
Yep.
question. Are crossings significantly lower than they are now than when Donald Trump took office?
Absolutely. Much, much, much lower
Okay, and why is that?
because he actually is enforcing it.
Enforcing what?
There is actual border control. There
There's
did
been
not
border
used to be.
control. Yeah, there's been border control the whole time.
No, there used to be actual parades worth of people. I think if you want to deny reality, you're welcome to, but there were parades worth of people
Okay,
coming across
under
open.
then let me ask you a question. Okay, what is the number by you and by which you judge this?
Actual number?
Yeah, like under what metric are you making this judgment?
Human head count.
Human head count. Okay, so who tracks human head count?
The border control.
The Border Patrol. So you're using Border Patrol numbers.
Yes.
Okay, which Border Patrol numbers?
United States.
Not which countries, ding dong. Which one? They track multiple different numbers. They track encounters. They track
I just like
apprehensions.
to
They
say
track
that like
freaking.
you're
They
acting like you
track
were
all sorts of-
unaware. You're acting like you were unaware that there were these parades coming in, and there used to be these live streams. You would see them coming from 100 miles away in like huge brigades.
Cool.
It was an invasion.
Are you going to answer my question at any point? I'm just asking you under which metric you're making your judgment.
The only metric that exists. There's only one.
There's literally dozens. Customs and
What do you
Border
mean by
Protection puts out dozens of different metrics to talk about the southern border. Literally dozens. They don't just say there's not just one, right? There's tons.
Hey, a different topic for you.
No, we're not switching topics. I'm staying right here on this topic. Under which metric are you talking about, sir? Because I need to know that in order to engage with it. You're saying it got better. In order for it to get better, you have to say that the number was higher and the number went to lower. I'm asking you which number went from higher to lower. I don't understand why that's an unfair question for the topic that you brought up. Hello?
Hello? You're going in circles. Sorry, I didn't realize I was mute. I was looking for a picture to show you the chart. Basically,
Why don't you tell me what's on the chart. That way you'd have your numbers.
that it's lower numbers now than there were.
Lower numbers of what?
People crossing the border.
Okay, under which type? There's tons of people that cross the border legally every single year. Where are you seeing this? Where are you seeing this metric or this chart? How about there? Well, maybe we'll start there.
I mean, if this is everywhere. It's very accessible.
Cool. Then you can tell me the name of the chart and where you got it. That way I can pull up on the screen so we can see what you're talking about.
Oh, great. If you have a screen to pull it up, I would look up illegal border crossing.
The one that you're talking about, you said you're looking at a chart. What website is that chart on?
Well, I'm not looking at a website. I have a picture on my phone. That's why I was on mute.
Where'd you get the picture?
I downloaded it.
From where?
It popped up, man.
It popped up on where? You just were walking around with your phone, and then all of a sudden a picture of immigration metrics just popped up on your screen randomly?
Exactly.
If that's the case, sir, you should probably go to Apple or Android and find out what's wrong with your phone, because you have serious issues with your phone if you just are walking around and random, immigration metrics are popping up as pop-ups on your phone. You probably have a very bad virus.
I mean, listen, man. It probably is a bad virus if immigration numbers are popping up.
Yeah, so you should probably get that checked out with your phone. Okay, so let me be very clear. All right, so and since you don't have any metrics, I'll just give you metrics. Okay, since you don't have anything to work off of, you're welcome. Okay, the number of encounters is the number of people that Donald Trump counts and uses as his big immigration stat to say that he's fixed immigration. Okay, the whole number of encounters to begin with is people that are inadmissible, right? People that do not belong here, that were stopped by Border Patrol under either Title 48 or under Title 42. Okay, those numbers mean that we actually have border protection, right? Those border protection people are stopping people, right? They were stopping people before, and now they're saying that they're stopping less people. The reason why those numbers have been significantly reduced is because Donald Trump has done specifically done things like reduce the amount of asylum seekers and reduce the amount of refugees that have come into the country. That is the most significant amount of people that he's actually stopped, right? Because what happened is those people were being allowed to come in and apply for asylum, apply for refugee status in large quantities under the Biden administration. And then the Trump administration, they needed a way to make their numbers look good, so they just stopped those people. So just really in general, he just completely stopped undocumented immigrants. Or sorry, he actually stopped documented immigrants. He stopped people that were legally allowed to be here.
Well, now we have the gold card. I mean, that's pretty cool, right?
Man, you can't stay on topic for half a second, can you?
Well, you said legal pathways. That's a new legal pathway.
Yeah, so you're saying that we should trade off people that are in desperate need of help for people that are rich?
I mean, you know what? Maybe.
Gotcha. So you think that, hey, if we have a chance to freaking let someone in the United States, we can help people that are in fear of their lives, who are under political persecution,
that aren't going to be American, that might attack America. Completely unknown people coming in. They weren't checking everybody coming in.
Asylum seekers. Nope. People that are asylum seekers and under refugee status have a background check. Actually, multiple background checks ran on them. So that's not correct.
Okay. Do you think there are more or less cases in the NCAA of men and women sports now than there were 3 years ago?
Man, you can't stay on topic for half a second.
That's fine.
No, sir, it's not fine, because I want to have conversation with somebody. In order to have a conversation with somebody, you have to be able to stay on topic for long enough for us to get into a conversation. Every time we start getting into a conversation and you're starting to look like a complete idiot, you just jump to the next thing on your Fox News.
People, man, that's how you argue. That's fine. I wish you the best.
You're an insult to human beings. Okay, your existence on this live is insulting. Okay, that's what I am telling you. Goodness gracious. Y'all, make sure you guys hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're going to move on to the next guest. Yeah, I know he ran. Of course he's going to run, dude. Hey, I can't argue the immigration topic at all. Oh, men and women sports? Dude, it's just like, bro, if I wanted to listen to somebody jump topics like they're on Fox News, I would just turn on Fox News. I don't need you here for that. Thank you for whoever sent those hearts too. I really appreciate it. And Shay, thank you so much for clearing that out of the gift gallery. That is very, very sweet. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you, Shay. W's in the chat for Shay. Big W's in the chat for Shay. All right, we're going to move on to the next caller. Keep this thing going. I really appreciate you guys. I feel like I'm really low right now. Hello, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Name, age. Where do you vote in? What state you vote in?
Well, I'm originally from Ohio. I moved to Massachusetts about 10 years ago. I'm 29 years old. My name is Eric.
Do you still support Trump?
Yeah, I like Trump. He's okay.
Yeah, all right. Why do you still support Trump?
I think his kind of piggybacking last caller. I like his immigration policy. I think it's fairly substantial, and I tend to agree with the direction that he wanted to go in.
And which direction is that? Just stopping people that were legally here from being here?
No, reducing the asylum, the requirements for asylum, the requirements for TPS, requirements for legal, previous legal types of immigration into this country for people that didn't come here for economical reasons.
No one came here for economic reasons, sir. You're not allowed to seek asylum on economic reasons.
That is one of the cases to seek asylum is economical reasons.
Incorrect.
Absolutely, sir.
I can bring up. There's only five examples of what you five instances in which you can seek asylum, but I can bring them up.
Okay.
But continue while I bring them up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Well, yeah. I essentially, I know that under Biden there was a lot of immigration under asylum, TPS, and things like that. And Ultimately, I just feel like illegal immigration tends to stagnate local economies. I think that it does depress wages, and that's one of the main reasons why I think illegal immigration is very dangerous for the country.
So that's also incorrect. But before I do that, right? Before I do that, let me go and pull up the source real quick, so I can put this up
Okay.
here, and let me move this up because I have it a little high on my I am or have it a little low on my vertical over here. All right. Yeah. So there are 5 different protected grounds for asylum claims. That is race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. Those are the 5 reasons. None of those are just because of the economy or for economic
To seek
reasons.
asylum in the country?
Yep, those are the 4 reasons. Race is the primary protected ground for asylum. There's also religion, nationality, political opinion, and membership in a particular social group.
Why would race have anything to do with asylum seeking?
Because if you're being persecuted because of your race, you can seek asylum someplace else, right?
Oh,
So,
okay, understandable.
yep.
Okay.
But none of them are economic.
What was your argument against stagnation of wages in this country, depressing wages?
Yeah, immigrants not only increase GDP growth, they create jobs and they raise wages for actually a lot of American citizens. If you want to talk about something very specific, like you want to talk about like maybe specifically, in certain, southern regions where we talk about like construction, then maybe, but I mean, how many people work construction in in southern border states, right? Like the overall benefit is significantly higher and they're a significant net positive.
Well, I will say, in regards to that, I do work in a trades skill. I do have a trade skill that I currently that's my job, and we do hire a lot of unskilled immigrant workers, and nothing against them, but they tend to have a lower skill level, and that has been depressing wages in my particular trade for quite some time now, and it is quite frustrating because I see this every day.
If they have a lower skill level, then why is your company hiring them?
I don't know. That's a great question, but it's just something I'm just willing to point out here because there is factual evidence that does come with
All right.
that statement.
Where's your factual evidence?
Well, factual evidence in regards to my personal day-to-day living.
That's not
here.
factual evidence, sir. That's just your opinion.
It's subjective, but it is not opinion. It is factual.
No, it's your opinion,
regarding-
sir. What you're saying that through your little lens of your job, based off the people that work at your company, you believe that they are less skilled. But the problem is that it doesn't seem like the company does. But sir, it doesn't seem like, sir, it doesn't seem, sir, it doesn't seem like the companies do. Because if the companies thought they were less skilled, then the companies probably wouldn't hire them. So it doesn't sound like the companies believe that their labor is less skilled.
Absolutely not. They know that they're less skilled. They just hire them because it's the less wages that they have to pay. It's the reality.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Unfortunately.
It sounds to me like they are evenly skilled and working for less, which is why they're hiring them, right? Because I'll tell you what, I've also worked in the trades, and immigrants aren't generally less skilled. They're also usually more skilled and work harder than their American counterparts, and that's why they're hired. Yeah,
that's entirely wrong, sir. Sorry.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. You're giving me your general opinion based off of some company you work at, and I'm giving you my general opinion. You can't tell me what I've seen, sir. You can't tell me what I've seen is just completely wrong when we're talking just about our fifis.
Sir, you're just being completely naive to the situation here.
No, I'm not, sir. You're just giving a subjective opinion that's based off of absolutely nothing, because all the data shows that immigrants increase wage growth, that they create jobs, almost to a 1-to-1 point, for Americans. So for every American citizen there is, it creates their job. Not to mention that we have a significant, loss of jobs, especially in things like construction. I think in 2024, we are at a 500,000 worker deficit when it came to construction jobs, right? And so, like, if they're gone, yeah, wages might increase. The reason why wages increase is because we don't have enough people to do those jobs. And if we don't have enough people to do those jobs, that means that we don't have enough construction that's happening. And then that stops things like American businesses from starting up, or from people being able to build businesses, or even for large corporations to be able to expand, because they don't have those because they don't have that construction labor force. And that construction and labor force, because of those new buildings being built, actually end up employing people at a higher rate. So it creates more jobs down the line, right? And all of those things are factual, right? So you just giving your opinion on just being like, oh yeah, like I think that they're not as skilled, like, okay, man, that's fine, but the data doesn't show any of that.
That's because the data that you are pulling from seems to be either not current, and also maybe not factual.
It's all current and factual, and I can back every single one of them with multiple pieces of
where,
evidence.
where is the data that it shows that these low-skilled labor workers in the trade fields are getting paid the same, or have the same amount of skill as those who have been doing the trade as a quote-unquote American, or whatever you want to call it?
Sure, level of skill is subjective.
Absolutely not.
It is.
It is not. It's objective.
No,
There are
it's not.
skills in different trades have different skills, different levels of skills, 100%. And you may not.
Yeah,
have
sir.
ever
And how do you
worked in
compare
a
two
trade
people with the same level of skill to find out who's more skilled?
by their level of knowledge?
And how do you judge someone's level of knowledge?
Training, sir.
And how do you judge someone's level of training?
If you're training somebody on a specific job that has a specific level, you can understand their level of skill.
So how do I compare
just
someone
by
that I haven't
knowing
trained versus somebody I haven't trained? Somebody I have trained versus somebody I haven't trained.
their a level of being able to pick up what you're trying to teach them.
Sir, but I haven't trained them, so how would I know?
That's why they created a resume.
Sir, you're not understanding. You are comparing a certain person or small, tiny, itty bitty group of people making a judgment based off of your opinion, okay, and saying that they are more or less skilled. When I listen, sir, when I am taking all American jobs and all immigrants as a whole, okay, I'm not taking them as less or more. Okay, I am taking them as, you're saying, like, I know 4 dudes and I think they're less skilled. Okay, that's fine, sir. You might know 4 dudes that are less skilled than their American counterparts. I don't know. I don't know who you work with, and I don't know the 4 immigrants you work with. Okay, I really don't know. So it's a pointless thing to argue about because you can't prove it. Okay, and I can't verify it. So it's a pointless thing to talk about. What we can talk about is, again, things that are provable. Do they create jobs? Do they increase GDP? Do they work in career fields that American citizens don't want to work in, and they don't have the availability to work in anyway? They don't have the will or the want or the availability. Do they pay taxes? Yes. Do they pay taxes and not be able to get the social benefits from those things? Yes, these are all things that we can talk about. But I can't sit here and argue with you about your personal feelings about a minute subset of a group, sir. There are literally millions and millions and millions, tens of millions of documented immigrants in this country, and you're making a snap judgment based off of a few at your company. And I'm sorry, that just doesn't really help much.
These are many companies, sir. It's not just my company, sir.
Oh, okay, so you know every company in the United States.
No, I'm speaking from, again, personal experience, which
personal opinion in your state.
Because it is subjective.
No, sir, I'm not saying whether I agree with it or not agree with it. I'm saying it doesn't matter. Okay? You could literally come up here, sir. What I'm saying is you could come up here and be completely lying. You could not work in the trades at all. You could never have trained anybody. You could never have met a documented immigrant working in this country. None of those things are verifiable. None of them. Okay, there's not a single thing that is verifiable in that. And I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt, Okay, I'm just giving you the benefit of the doubt that all of those things are true. But then on top of that, right, you're telling me to trust your subjective opinion on whether somebody's skill level is higher when companies are still hiring them to do the same job. You know why they're hiring them to do those jobs, sir? Because there's not
Because
enough
they make
Americans,
less money.
sir. Because there's not
Because they have
enough,
to pay
sir.
less money,
Because
sir.
there's not,
It's
sir.
because they're
The
paying
reason that,
less
sir,
money.
sir, the
They're
reason why they're
paying
hiring,
less
sir,
money,
sir,
It's
sir, sir,
But yep.
sir. The reason why they're
Yep.
hiring people to do these jobs is because there's not enough American citizens to do those jobs. That's what I am trying to tell
That
you.
is not true, sir.
All right, then what trade are
Sorry,
you talking
not
about?
true.
What trade are you talking about?
I am a machinist, sir.
You're a machinist. Okay.
Absolutely. I'm a level 3 machinist, sir. Level 4, machinist level 3, programming lead machinist, sir. So if you want to get into the niche, sir, there are levels to this trade. You have machinist.
There is
1,
a significant
machinist 2,
ongoing shortage of
machinist
skilled
3.
machinists in the United States, with over 60% of shops struggling to fill positions, which is creating a capacity crisis in manufacturing. While overall unemployment is projected to decline slightly, about 34,200 openings are still projected annually through 2034, driven by a need to replace. And this
That
is
is mostly
literally
due
right here.
to
I have
retiring,
multiple
sir.
sources on this.
Because
Multiple.
of retiring, sir.
Here's right here. Here's the literal Bureau of Labor Statistics. Okay. Talking about the typical entry level, how much the median pay is, and what the shortage is, and how it's actually declining. Literally, like they have a decline, and they have a projected decline in machinists across the United States. All right. This is literally a whole article by CNC Machines, and I'll throw it up on the screen so everybody can see it. Addressing the shortage of machinists operating CNC machines, strategies for a sustainable future.
Sir,
Do we need more? No, I'm
can I
not
just
finished,
explain
sir.
something?
Here's Morris right here, tackling the shortage of worker shortage in machining right here. Okay, it's up on the screen. So when you say you want to talk about the particulars of any of these things, okay, I am talking about the particulars of these things, sir. There is a shortage of machinists in the U.S.
So this is what happens, sir. What they do is they hire CNC operators, which are a lower level version of a CNC machinist. So, sir, this is what they do is they replace what would be a CNC position as a machinist with operator, which is a lower pay scale. And this is
Actually, it says right here that they're talking about both of those things right here in this article. It literally says that it's talking about both of those things. It's talking about a shortage in all of it. It's just people working in machining. It's just people working in machining. That's it.
Machining is a very broad spectrum with machining.
Oh my God,
manual
sir.
machining,
Sir,
CNC
sir,
machining,
sir,
many different types of machining.
sir. The reason why they are hiring migrants is because there is a shortage of machinists in the United States.
Which is depressing wages, sir. Absolutely, I agree.
How is it suppressing wages if they're filling a shortage?
Depressing wages.
It's
Because
depressing
they get to
wages,
pay them
so it just
less
makes you
money.
sad?
So you understand what I'm saying. Please don't be...
That's why I didn't
rude.
say anything, sir. I just corrected your terminology because it's depressing wages. That's the correct term. That's what you were trying to say, and I was correcting you without making fun of you, without saying anything bad about you. I just corrected your language so we can move on.
Okay. I'm just explaining what companies tend to do is they try to fill the CNC machinist higher level skill people with less skill, and try to fill those positions through training, and they tend to pay them less money. That is all I'm trying to say here, sir. So it does depress wages for people across the board.
And all I'm saying, sir, is they are filling jobs that Americans don't want to do or can't do for whatever reason. I assume because it's probably very highly freaking, you need a lot of training, and they don't make that much according to this, of course, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics as far as machinists go, which I thought machinists actually made a lot more. I'm sure it depends on what your pay grade is and all that sort of stuff, right? But regardless of any of that, sir, what I'm saying is they are filling jobs, and if migrants didn't fill those jobs, then nobody would fill those jobs. And yes, I guess technically that would make the wages of everybody doing those jobs go up. But what it would do is create a vacuum within that where there wasn't near enough machinists to accomplish the work, and then the United States as an economy would struggle because of that, because then people would have to then take that work overseas and drive that work overseas to different countries, to Canada, to Mexico, to China, to wherever, in order to fulfill that work, because we don't have enough here. So if you care about U.S. businesses, you care about keeping manufacturing in the United States, then you have to have migrants filling those jobs.
Well, as I'm a CNC programmer, sir. I'm not.
Sir, I truly don't want to go back into what you specifically do on your specific little niche inside this larger industry that is completely undermanned. Okay, I don't need to go back into that tiny little spot. Okay, we're talking about migrants, not your qualifications.
What trade were you in, sir?
What trade was I in, sir? I don't think that has anything to do with anything right now.
I'm okay. I'm just because you seem very bright. I'm curious what trade you were in. I'm a little nervous here.
You're fine, sir. There's no need to be nervous, sir. I'm just saying, like, there's no need to be nervous, okay? And I'm not trying to make you nervous. I'm not trying to, get anything. All I'm saying, sir, is migrants are fixing a problem, okay? And what's going to happen is, and which is already starting to happen in multiple different industries throughout the United States. What's starting to happen, right, is because we're getting rid of people that are legally here, because I think Cato Institute said it was like 2.5 million migrants or something like that Donald Trump has overturned their legal status in the United States and gotten rid of, is we're losing a lot of people doing jobs. Florida suffered significantly, right, by trying to kick out every migrant that was in the country. It almost destroyed their entire agricultural system. Actually did destroy it in a lot of spots. They couldn't actually build anything. Their construction industry completely took a shit, right? And it completely went downhill and completely like went out of picture because Florida was trying to do that. And we're going to start seeing that across the United States, because we're just gaining a higher unemployment number and a higher unemployment number and a higher unemployment number and a higher unemployment number, because we already have too many jobs for American citizens that are already here. And now we're just adding to that number, right? And that's all we're doing. And him stopping more migrants from coming in is not going to fix that problem. It's going to make that problem significantly worse.
I get it. I understand what you're coming from, but I would say that I don't like illegal immigration. I think they should follow the law. I think that should be what it should be.
Sir, you don't get to tell me that you support Trump when you talk about following the law when he's literally a 34 times felon.
Well, I mean, court of law in New York is a little bit different than the court of law, public opinion in Florida, sir.
He was indicted in Florida too. The only reason he wasn't charged, didn't go to court for that, is because he became president. Yes, he was.
The case got dropped in Florida, sir.
The case only got dropped because he became president, and they ruled that they can't indict a sitting president.
But it did not pass the muster. He did not get indicted.
Yes, it did pass the muster. He was indicted. He just didn't go to trial because the court had to drop it because he became president. Sir, he can't be convicted because he became the U.S. president. Do you not understand what I'm saying here, sir?
That is what I'm saying.
So you're saying it didn't pass muster. It didn't have a chance to pass muster. He was indicted. He would have been taken to court, and then we would have found out if he had been convicted, but you guys voted in a felon.
I voted for what I thought was the best choice at the time, sir.
So Donald Trump was literally adjudicated of sexual assault. You thought that was the best person at the time?
From a crazy lunatic lady from 30, 40 years ago, sir.
A crazy lunatic lady that had a unanimous jury that said that he did it, and a judge said that it was the equivalent of rape?
In New York.
Sir,
in New
I
York,
don't
sir.
understand this whole
Absolutely.
in New York thing. Sir, do you think that, like, since you're a conservative, if you go commit a crime in New York, you should be tried someplace else?
I'm a Democrat, sir. I'm not a
No, you're
conservative.
not. But I asked you a question.
Why do you
Okay,
assume
fine. You're a Democrat, which you're a liar.
yours?
But if you commit a crime in Alabama, do you think you should have to be sent to California to go to trial?
If say that again, sorry.
If you are breaking Alabama law as a Democrat, okay, do you think you should have to be sent to California to be tried for breaking Alabama law because you're a liberal or a conservative?
No.
Then
And I
why
go
do you
for
think
both
if Donald
sides,
Trump
sir.
committed crimes in New York, he shouldn't be tried where he commits the crimes? By the way, he admitted to the evidence on the convictions of these crimes. I don't know what you're talking about with a jury. I don't know why it matters whether it was a jury of wherever.
jury
He
was selected
literally
by the prosecutors,
admitted, sir, he literally admitted to the crimes in which he committed. He admitted to it.
Sir, the prosecutors selected the jury. I mean,
No, sir, that's
they're
not how a trial works, sir. That's not, I'm sorry to let you know, sir. That is not how a trial
this
works.
was
In
not
a
a trial.
trial,
This was
both
not a
both
trial.
the defense and the prosecutors both pick the jury. Both sides pick the jury, not one.
The New York was not a trial, sir. It was not under. It wasn't not a trial.
Sir, it was a full trial, okay? He was convicted of 34 felonies. Convicted unanimously by 12 people,
April to
by
May,
a
sir.
jury,
6 week
but sir,
period.
by a jury that was selected by both the defense and the prosecution.
Are we talking about falsifying business records, sir? The
That
New
would
York
be
case?
what his
Like some
felonies are
case?
for, yes.
Okay. So I'm curious. How about the unconditional discharge that was proposed in this case, sir? How do you approach this?
What unconditional discharge? You mean the defense just went, I want an unconditional discharge, and the judge went, no? Under what grounds? And they say, we don't have any. And they go, all right, then fuck off.
So, none, sir. In January, I remember that he was not sentenced to prison, probation, or fine, sir, because the felony conviction stuck on his record. It was an agreement between the court and his lawyers.
No, he wasn't sent to jail because the judge said that he didn't want to send the person that was becoming the US president to prison. Literally, they had to await his sentencing because his punishment was going to be dependent on whether he won or not. Dude, the only reason that Donald Trump is not in prison right now is because people like you voted him in as president. That's it. The only reason that man is not behind bars, locked up like a fucking cartoon character, okay, is because you guys voted him in as president.
Okay.
That's it. And you know, like I said, like I know a lot of us have been in some shit in a lot of really bad situations over a lot of times in in our lives, whatever. But I don't think any of us have ever been in so much shit that we had to become president in order to get out of the charges that we've done. Okay? He got convicted of those 34. He was indicted in Florida. He was indicted in DC. I think he had another indictment in New York on top of that, right? Like, and so like he was indicted all over the place, right? But you
How
guys
about
wanted to
Michael
vote
Cohen,
in a
sir?
felon. You guys wanted to vote in somebody who was, who was adjudicated of sexual assault, right? You guys wanted to vote in somebody who was sued and lost for defrauding a children's cancer charity for $400 million. Okay. Like, you guys wanted to vote in a guy who tried to overturn a free and fair election. You guys are the ones who wanted to vote in this guy. Okay. But like, and it's one thing to do that, right? It's one thing to just like to vote in a guy who sexualized his daughter or sexualized a 10-year-old. But then you guys just act like it didn't happen. I think that's the crazy thing. Like, you guys just act like, oh, we
Sir,
didn't vote that guy in. That's crazy, man.
What I found the most incredible source in this in the testimony was Michael Cohen, sir. He's admitted fraud and liar, and the jury definitely had a lot to do on took his side as believable when he was speaking as from the prosecuting
Yeah.
side of the thing.
That's a great point. So
I
you don't
just
trust.
think it
Hold
was
on.
just not
Hold on.
true.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
So you don't trust Michael Cohen
Okay.
because you think he was a fraudster
No.
and a liar, correct?
Yes. He was
Why do you
admitted
think he's a
fraud. He
fraudster and a
admitted he
liar?
lied, sir.
Yeah, why do you think he's a fraudster and a liar?
He specifically said that he pleaded guilty to lying to Congress, sir. He also said that he lied to the media. By his own
Cool,
admission.
perfect. Lying to the media is not a crime, okay? But no,
Sure,
do you know
sure.
why he's a convicted fraudster and con man?
Why? Why is that?
Because he admitted to the exact same thing that Donald Trump was convicted of. Michael Cohen got convicted of the exact crime that Donald Trump got convicted of. He was the other side of it. So if you think that Michael Cohen is a fraudster and a liar, the only reason he's convicted of that is because of the same crime that Donald Trump got convicted of. So the only way that Michael Cohen can be a fraudster and a liar is if Donald Trump is guilty. It doesn't work that without one was working with the other. Donald Trump and Michael Cohen were working together on the same crime. Okay, so if Michael Cohen committed the crime, then so did Donald Trump. There's no way for Michael Cohen to be convicted of the crime without Trump doing the same crime. So by saying that Michael Cohen is a criminal, you are admitting that Donald Trump is a criminal.
He specifically lied about tax evasion, sir. That is what he was accused of. And
He
not the
lied
case that you're
about
talking with Trump,
he
sir.
lied, okay, about accepting checks he knew he was that were fraudulent and using them as a payoff. Okay, trust me,
No,
I
they-
know.
they
I followed the whole
they
case.
asked
I've talked to
him-
Michael Cohen personally, sir.
They talked to him about tax evasion regarding the situation, and he admitted that he lied
Regarding
to
what
Congress
situation, sir? Regarding what
under that.
situation?
The hush money, sir. The
The hush money. The hush money.
campaign
And who was
fine.
paying that hush money?
Joe Biden, sir.
Yeah, nice try. Now you're just being a disingenuous.
Just being funny, sir. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, it was Donald
I
Trump,
didn't
sir.
follow it that close.
It was Donald Trump, sir. It was Donald Trump, sir.
Do you know that as a fact?
Yes. Sir,
Oh,
the
okay.
only reason that Donald Trump got indicted on this case, okay, is because Republicans subpoenaed Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen went to Congress and started saying all the things that he was doing, and then people were like, hold on, all that shit he's saying is crimes. And if he did those crimes are directly connected to Donald Trump. He was convicted of crimes that he did working for Donald Trump as Donald Trump's attorney under the direction of Donald Trump. That's what he was convicted of.
He was speaking on behalf of himself, sir, not
No,
Donald
he
Trump.
was not.
Under the Congress testimony. It was regarding himself and his own.
Yes, sir.
own-
I know.
it
Did
was
you ever
not
watch
Donald
the
Trump, sir.
testimony? Have you ever actually watched this
Yeah,
testimony?
yes.
Okay, if
Yes,
you had ever watched the testimony, you would know that this is a joke, dude. The crimes that he's admitting to committing cannot possibly happen without another person on the other end having the money and giving him the checks, knowingly giving him false documentation. It's impossible for Michael Cohen to have done the crimes unless there was somebody else also committing the crimes with him. It's impossible.
So let me ask you something, sir. If the Judge Engeron acknowledged that Cohen's testimony was compromised, which he did state, then why would he essentially use his testimony
He did
as
not state
credible
that.
in this case?
He did not say that
specifically
because
said
if he
Engeron
did say that,
say
then
yes, he did, sir.
would not have been. He never said that.
He literally said that word for word, sir.
He did
I
not.
can show you. He did. Supreme Court of the State of New York, sir. New York County. Arthur Engeron. It is quite long, but it's there, sir.
You said his testimony was what?
Politico has it. Politico.
His
also
testimony
has,
was what?
this statement. Significantly compromised by him pleading guilty to perjury and seeming contradictions regarding what he said at the trial. So he contradicted himself during the trial. which
Yep,
would mean him.
and this took like 2 seconds to pull up. And boom, New York judge finds Michael Cohen's testimony credible in Trump's civil fraud case.
Sir, we're talking about the testimony. Engoron acknowledged his testimony, not the actual.
Yeah, wasn't
the
Erdogan
entirety of
the judge for his civil case, not even his criminal case? It's not even the same judge.
No, Engoron was the same judge, sir. Yes.
I'm pretty sure he was not, but let's see. I don't remember which one. I can't remember each judge. I can't remember each judge in each case. What case of Trump's did Erdogan preside over? Let's see. I can't remember the judges in all of them. Nope, wrong case. That wasn't even his criminal case. Erdogan was the civil case. Completely different thing.
We're talking about New York, sir.
Sir, Donald Trump had civil and criminal cases in New York.
Yes, and
We're the criminal case. We're talking about the criminal case, the one that gave him the felonies, not a civil one where he was sued for money.
That's what I've been saying the whole time, sir. No,
Oh my fucking
I
God.
didn't necessarily say it was the criminal case. I know what you're talking
Sir,
about.
we've been talking about felonies this whole time. Literally this whole time. Have you not been here for the rest of this conversation where I've said the word felonies, you've said the word felonies, we've talked about felonies, you talked about the falsifying of business records. We talked about this the whole time. Okay?
Hush money case.
We talked about this the whole time, sir. You can't just switch cases at the end and then be like, this is what I was talking about the whole time.
Sir,
Okay.
the hush money case is what we're talking about. The 34 felony counts has to deal with
Erdogan, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Erdogan did not,
Engoron, sir.
did not preside over that case.
Okay, who was the judge?
I don't even remember. Wasn't Engoron.
Interesting. It was actually Juan Merchan. That's a hush.
There you go. That sounds right.
And this does include Michael Cohen as well, sir.
Yes, but you said that
it's all part of the
Engoron
same
said
testimony.
something about his criminal case and he didn't.
That was prior to the actual hush money conviction, sir. That Engoron did have meant much.
Sir,
to
you
do
voted for a
prior to
felon.
that case.
Sir, this is ridiculous. You voted for a felon. You voted for a felon, and now you're talking about people committing criminality. He is guilty. He is a convicted felon. Okay? A jury unanimously convicted him of 34 felonies. So I don't want to hear you talk about immigrants committing crimes when you voted for a felon. Okay? You don't get to sit here and talk about immigrants committing misdemeanors while simultaneously supporting a felon. You don't get to do that, okay? Because you don't get to pick and choose when you care about the law.
I did not mention crimes, sir, with the
You did.
immigrants, sir.
That's literally how we got on this conversation.
No, that was just.
I'm not asking your opinion, sir. That's how we got on this conversation. That's literally how we got to where we are now, is because you did.
We're talking about wages. We're talking about wages, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, sir. You can't keep up with the conversation apparently, but you did. Okay? And that's why I responded talking about this. All right? But I'm going to move on to the next caller because this is getting draggy.
It was fun, sir. Thank you for talking, sir.
Wouldn't have described it as fun, but have a good day. All right, Joe, we're going to keep this thing going. I really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Make sure you guys hit that follow button if you haven't already. I really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next caller. Keep this thing going. Again, if you still support Trump, you can call in on the number that's on my screen. Or join the guest request box. I don't know. I'm kind of taking both. I don't know what I'll take. I'll kind of figure it out as I go. I'll just kind of figure it out as I go. Anywho, if you'd like to support the live, I do have super chats, super stickers, pay links at the bio. They're all at Polypolitics, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, all that stuff. So if you'd like support, I appreciate that. Truth, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Said, ICE has secretly opened yet another fucking ICE facility in Central California. They are transferring people now. Polly, this breaks my heart. It also breaks my heart. It's sad that we're literally building literal fucking camps for fucking people, and people are still defending this guy. It really, truly is sad and pathetic, and makes me feel really sad. Thank you so much, Truth. I appreciate that. Also, I do have the money guns. I think I need like 2 of those from one person, trying to clear that off the gift gallery. So that would be awesome too, if anybody wants to help support. I appreciate you. And thank you for whoever sent that last one too. Sorry, I saw your name and then it disappeared. Who was it? It was Queen Sniper. Thank you so much, Queen. Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm great. How old are you?
18.
Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
Oh, I do.
Awesome. Why is that?
Well, there's a few reasons, but I actually had a question for you if that was all right.
What's up?
So I was curious why you didn't believe in God.
Oh, I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Oh, well, it's a question I asked you.
Yeah, but it's a question that, I mean, sir, how do you feel about the last Justin Bieber CD?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, I just figured if we were going to ask questions about things that had no bearing on what we were talking about, then I was just going to ask you questions that had no bearing on anything that we're talking about.
Well, I think religion is a pretty big bearing when it comes to politics, especially.
It shouldn't be. According to the Constitution, it should be no bearing whatsoever. You should be able to believe whatever you want to believe, because we're not a nation of any nationalized religion. We're a literal nation that was built off of freedom of religion. And so, therefore, it shouldn't be a barrier whatsoever. We have separation of church and state in the country.
Yeah, I mean, you can think that all you want. There are so many examples that America was built off Christianity. 53
Name
out of
one.
54 of the founding fathers. Doing it right now. If you wouldn't mind interrupting, that's great. But 53
I
out
do
of
mind,
54 of the founding,
actually.
Yeah, okay. 53 out of the 54 founding fathers were church-attending Christians. That's just based off one. God.
That's first of all a lie, and second of all, sir, even if they were, sir, stop, sir. First of all, that's a lie. But let's pretend all 54 were church-going Christians. Okay, let's for the sake of argument, let's pretend every single one of them were. What does that have to do with this country being a Christian nation? Because the Constitution says that we're not. And pretty much every piece of documentation from those founding fathers also says that we're not. So I don't care if every single one of them were Christians, every single one of them worship the flying spaghetti monster. To be completely honest with you, we don't have a nationalized religion in this country, and the country was built that way on purpose. Okay, so regardless, it doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but what?
I'm not saying that, sir. The founding fathers said that.
Can I finish maybe a sentence without getting interrupted?
I don't know. Can you say a sentence that's worth me not interrupting?
I mean, you let everyone else talk in every other conversation, but listen to this, and I've heard you mention God, not necessarily tonight, but I've been on some other nights. I've heard you mention God, bring it up. Actually, I tuned into one of the times we were talking about Satan, which was a little confusing. So I'm just, like I said, like I could finish, if 53 out of 54 were church attending Christians, you're going to get church God, and Christianity actually is mentioned a lot in founding documents. So I don't know where you got that idea. God is mentioned a lot, especially that there's hello?
Oh, hi there.
You Googling it?
I wasn't even listening to you, sir. I was playing the Satan song, since you seem to like it so much. Can I get 666s in the chat? I really appreciate that.
All right, so, I mean, you obviously don't believe in God. Why?
Why do I need to believe in God, and why does this have any bearing on anything to do with Donald Trump, sir? Donald Trump doesn't believe in God.
I mean,
so why the fuck do I care? Do you believe in God, sir?
Yeah, I actually do.
And you still support Trump?
I do.
Then how come the Bible says the one unforgivable sin is like blasphemy, or to pretend that you're God, or even with the Holy Spirit, and you still support Donald Trump, even though he depicted himself as Jesus?
Oh, and how did he do that?
By literally posting a picture of himself as Jesus.
Yeah, that was just not. That's already been described as a joke. He did not mean that in any serious sense. If you actually think he meant that,
Sir,
there's something
he
seriously wrong.
depicted him. See, and here we go. See, this is funny. This is funny, right? Because the Bible
Okay.
tells you specifically to watch out for people that do this. It tells you you cannot support anybody that does this. Your religion tells you that you, under no uncertain circumstances, can support someone who does what Donald Trump did, what Donald Trump did. And yet now, instead of following your religion, now all of a sudden you're justifying it. All right. Like, let me ask you a
Well,
question. Do you
first
think
of
Donald
all-
Trump is a? Let me ask you a question. Do you think Donald Trump is a Christian?
All right. Well, before I answer that, first of
No,
all,
not
you're
before you
getting
answer
confused on what
anything.
I'm
Do you
saying.
think
No,
that Donald
you're-
Trump is a
no,
Christian?
You're getting confused on what I'm saying.
I know I'm getting confused on what you're saying whatsoever, sir, but because since I've asked you multiple times what this has to do with Donald Trump, and then since you have no will to bring this towards Donald Trump, I will. Okay? I asked you to do it, you refused to do it, so now I will. Do you believe that Donald Trump is a Christian?
I do.
You do. What are the qualifications to become a Christian?
I think that's a pretty universal subject. You can't just say these are the specific qualifications. If you actually knew anything
Bible
about
did.
Christianity, it's not about it.
The Bible said
if you
exactly.
knew anything about Christianity, it's not a set of rules. It's more of a relationship.
No,
not
but the Bible
necessarily-
is very incredibly specific on what you have to do to be a Christian. Very incredibly specific. Yes.
All right. Well, since you know so much about it, even though you're not even a Christian, can
Yeah.
you tell me it?
Yeah, I said you need to accept Jesus into your heart and ask him to forgive you for your sins.
And you think Trump hasn't done that? How would you
Donald
even
Trump
know
said
that?
he hasn't done it.
Yeah, I just do not believe that for 1 second.
Donald
He
Trump
publicly
specifically
said that.
said,
When did
I
he
have
say
never asked God for forgiveness for anything. He said it. He said, I've never asked for God or anybody else. I've never asked God for forgiveness for anything. Those words came directly out of Donald Trump's mouth. And if the Bible specifically says that you need to ask God for forgiveness for your sins in order to become a Christian, and Donald Trump is saying, I've never asked God for forgiveness for anything, then he is admitting that he is not a Christian based off of what the Bible says. So far I have him saying he's never asked for forgiveness,
Well, yeah,
even though the
first
Bible
of
says
all,
that that's a
first-
requirement,
yeah.
even though the Bible says that's a requirement. I have him depicting himself as Jesus, right? As far, which is like the one unforgivable sin in the Bible. So as far as I'm concerned, he is about as far from a Christian as it could possibly be. And it doesn't sound like you're much of one either, sir, because honestly, I'm having to school you right now on what your own religion says. How does it feel to get schooled on your own religion by an atheist?
Yeah, you can keep clip farming using all those fancy words.
I don't need a clip from you, sir. What does the Bible say about adultery?
There's multiple things about adultery. What would you like?
What is this? What is it saying? Isn't that in the Ten Commandments, sir? Should we go through the Ten Commandments and see how many of those Donald Trump has broken?
Yeah, I mean, sure. You still haven't answered my question. I've answered every single one of yours. Why you didn't believe in God?
Sure, because what I believe in has zero bearing on why you support somebody who has sexually assaulted someone who's a felon, someone who stole from children with cancer, someone who's literally bombing elementary schools right now, who literally sexualized his daughter, who sexualized a fucking 10-year-old. You're the one that supports that person, and my beliefs have nothing to do with that. If you want my personal beliefs on why I don't believe in God, is because there is not enough evidence whatsoever to support any belief in God. I've read the Bible back, front, inside, and out multiple times, more times than you've ever read anything in your entire fucking life. I studied Christianity from the second I was fucking born, all the way through Christian school my entire life, in church the whole time, to the point where I elevated actually into the church, where I was actually preaching and giving sermons. I know more about I have literally forgotten more out of the Bible than you have ever fucking learned in your entire life. And I tell people all the time, the best way to make an atheist is just to have them read their Bible. So that's why I don't believe in the Bible, sir. But that doesn't have any bearing on that,
specifically in
sir.
the Bible
And
does
I
you-
am
does you
still
agree with,
fucking
though?
talking.
Yeah, you've been talking for 5 minutes.
Well, you asked me a question 9
So maybe
times. I
you could
refuse to
hurry up.
answer it. I refuse to answer it. And now when I try to answer the question that you have been begging me to fucking answer like a petulant little child, when I'm in the middle of answering that fucking question, you decide to cut me off in the middle of my answer. Apparently, sir, you didn't actually want to hear the answer to my question. You just wanted to argue with me about it. Sir, I'm not telling you not to be a Christian. I honestly couldn't give a shit whether you're a Christian or not, okay? Which I don't believe you are one. I believe that you're way further away from a Christian. Honestly, I'm a better Christian than you are, and I'm a full-up atheist because I don't support somebody that, that's broken every single thing in the Bible that tells you not to follow, and especially where it says, like, don't follow false prophets, which you seem to be doing that also, right? So I'm actually much closer to a Christian than you are, but I don't care, sir. I'm more than happy to for you to be a Christian in my wonderful nation, because that's what this nation was built off of. It was built on everyone's ability ability to be able to worship whichever God that they want to, or lack of if they want to, without any type of government interference. But you're the one following somebody who's a freaking rapist, right? You're the one who is following somebody who like to sneak in backstage the freaking, Miss Teen USA freaking pageants to look at the fucking girls. You're the one who said he's never asked for forgiveness of God. You're the one who said that who's the president doesn't know his favorite Bible verse or his favorite Bible book because he doesn't even fucking know any of them. You're the one who freaking who has literally chased money his entire life when the Bible specifically said it's harder for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get in heaven. You're the one with a religion problem, sir, not me.
Actually, you have no idea who I am, what I've done in my life. You have nothing about my life. So you
Sir,
can't
there's
just go
nothing
up and
in
make
your
me
life
claims.
that's worth
And
listening to. And
let
so
you
I
talk
really
for like
honestly
10
couldn't
minutes,
give a
so
shit.
Can I actually finish speaking, please? Like, you
Sir,
went on
I don't
for
know
10
why.
minutes.
Sir,
Yeah,
I don't care
can I
what you've
finish?
done in your
All
life,
right, thank
sir.
you. That's
I
cool.
really
So
don't.
basically, you're getting confused, and this is what I said earlier about someone who supports Trump as the president and someone who's worshiping him like he's a god or a prophet. I never said anything like that I worship him, that I follow him. You keep using these words like that. I never said that. What I said was I supported Trump and I'm Christian. That's all I said about that topic in that context specifically. I never said anything about I follow him. I mean, that's a little absurd to just say that. So there are reasons I support Trump as a president, and there are reasons I agree with Christian values that he supports, he has, or shown. And in my sense, I think he has done some things for Christians that I would support him being as a president, and there are other reasons I support him being as a president. I do not follow him or worship him in any way under
Yes,
those
you do.
contexts.
Yes, you do.
Oh, I do? Tell me.
Yep.
Tell me how I do that.
Yeah, it's easy. If you support Trump as a Christian when he is locking children in
Yeah, I never said
cages,
that.
shut the fuck up while I answer your question. You wanted the
I
answer
didn't
to
ask
my
you that.
question. Now shut the fuck up while I answer it.
Hurry up.
No, I'll take my fucking time. You got a problem, leave. In fact, cut me
Okay, I'm
off again,
waiting.
I'll drop you. God, I gotta treat some of you people like fucking children just because your parents decide not to raise you. Jesus Christ, it's fucking annoying. Regardless of any of that, sir, if you are still following Donald Trump, as he has literally done everything anti-Christian that fucking exists, and you support him over people that are actually Christians, who are actually practicing Christians, who actually read the Bible, who actually study the Bible, who actually look into the Bible, and people that actually follow biblical principles, right? And you're following Donald Trump over those people, then you're in a cult, sir. You're just a blind sheep follower. This has nothing to do with his policies. You probably couldn't even name one of his policies. Okay, you are simply just a sheep who is following like a zombie. Okay, and that's cult-like behavior, sir. That is followers. You might as well be a Branch Davidian.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, you keep saying I'm following him or this and that. You have no idea how much I need in my head to support him and place down my vote to vote for him. That's completely different than following someone like a religion. I don't know why you keep saying I'm following him. This is a cult.
I
Like,
just
that
explained it
doesn't
to
even
you.
make sense.
I literally
But-
just
but
explained it to you.
you're-
If you don't
you're
know
really
at this
getting
point,
into-
then I don't know what to tell you. I just
You're
explained to
using
you.
circular reasoning, actually, and you're just
No,
saying,
I'm
well,
not.
you
I'm just
follow
calling
him,
you an
and
idiot.
then- no, you're just not.
No, this has
You're
nothing to do
simply
with
just
circular
not.
reasoning, sir. I'm calling you an idiot.
It is. You went in a circle. You said you went on this blabber about how I follow him, and then you were like, by the end of it, this is why you follow him, and it didn't actually give any context on why I did. And again, like I said, I don't
Literally
follow
gave you
him. Just take
context
the vote.
the entire
You
way
didn't.
through. See, this is why I don't
Okay.
having these little dumb conversations that start off with like, why are you not a Christian? Because we're literally solving nothing. We're getting nowhere in this conversation. All I'm doing is sitting here listening to you whine. That's all
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
doing. Okay.
okay,
So
can
how
I
about
get your
instead of
reason right
that?
now?
So how about instead of that, okay, how about you just tell me one policy from Donald Trump you support?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to do. Well, I actually support how he is anti-abortion, and he wants to get it harder for you to get an abortion.
Awesome. What policy has he passed to do that?
Yeah, I know gradually it hasn't really changed much right now, but he still supports
What
one action.
policy has he done to do that? He currently is at the Republicans have the House of Representatives, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the presidency. They could pass whatever bill they wanted to right now. They have full authority to pass literally any policy that they fucking want, and the Democrats can't do anything about it. Name one policy that he's done to support what you just said.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't passed, and I'm gonna admit it, he hasn't passed a lot right now, but he has signed executive orders like the White House Faith Office. He's also enabled the task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. So there are policies he has, executive orders he has passed that do support, and not necessarily with the abortion, because I agree he hasn't done enough with that, but I do agree with his points and his ideas about what he could do in the future, or just his ideas in general that could lessen the amount of abortions in the nation.
Yeah, that means absolutely nothing. All you're saying is I feel in my fifis. That is literally all you just said. You said that. No, I didn't say you said that. Your words amounted to that, sir.
I just said that.
No, sir, you did. You just said my fifis, my fifis, my fifis, my fifis, my fifis. That's literally what you just said. I asked you to. You said that he does things that are anti-abortion. I asked you to name me one thing that he did, one policy, one anything that actually helped to limit down abortions, and you couldn't name a singular thing. So that amounts to, okay, one thing only. I feel like he is this way. That's all you told me, sir. All you just told me was, I feel like he is that way. Okay? And that means nothing to me. That doesn't enact anything. That doesn't actually help anything. That doesn't make anything better. That doesn't make anything worse. That doesn't change anything. That does absolutely nothing, but it's just your feelings being your feelings. Okay? And that's fine if you want to have your feelings. Okay? In the reality, in the real world where the rest of us live, okay, there have been lots of first and secondhand accounts that says that Donald Trump has actually specifically paid for abortions. His stance on abortion has actually flip-flopped more times than you've probably changed your stock of underwear. Okay, he talks about it one way and then talks about it another way. He's for a 6-week abortion ban, then he's not. Then he's for certain exceptions, and then he's not. Then he's for, he used to not be for any type of ban at all. Do you actually know that the entire abortion thing wasn't even picked up by the church until the late 70s, when they actually just needed something to fuck? I'm in the middle of a sentence. I'm sorry. Can you not hear this? This is a very expensive microphone. I would hope that you'd be able to hear it.
Can I ask you a question?
No, I'm in the middle of a sentence.
All right, you can finish then. I'll allow you.
Okay, cool. Last chance. Strike 3, you will hear a dial tone. Understood?
Yep, continue.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to keep my finger on the button because I know he won't be able to handle himself long enough to actually let me finish any sentence at any point. And I don't like my momentum being broken. I really don't. The reality of the fact is Donald Trump has done one thing when it comes to abortion. That's that he's installed Supreme Court judges that overturn Roe versus Wade. The problem with that is since the overturning of Roe versus Wade, abortions in the United States have actually increased. So in his attempt to do something fucking horrible, to take rights away from women, to allow women to die on operating tables, or to force C-sections of women against their will, even though it puts the woman at a higher danger, right? Or people that are being kept alive on machines well past when they should have been gone, in order to try to propagate some freaking, something that's anti every human being in the United States. Right. And that's the only thing that has done. And it still didn't even fucking decrease abortions.
Yeah, I mean, they've actually roughly stayed about the same, but do you think if Kamala Harris was president, do you think abortions would go up, or would they stay how they are now?
I don't know. I have no idea. Honestly, abortion, the fact that people have abortions has a lot more to do with things like the economy than it does with freaking any type of religious aspect, right? I think it's over 60% of people that get abortions already have children, right? So they're not anti-children or anything like that, right? It has much more to do with people's ability to actually take care of those children. And I know that under Kamala Harris's, if Kamala Harris had become president, her policies would have been a lot better for the economy than the ones that are currently under Donald Trump. And we've seen incredible rises in the unemployment rate. We've seen incredible, lowering of the value of dollar, and he's done nothing to actually help the housing situation. Our economy would have actually gotten significantly better, which probably would have reduced the amount of abortions that happen in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, that could make sense, but I actually don't agree with that at all. And also, you bring up, rights of women and stuff. What about the right of the baby?
Yeah, sir. What didn't you gain rights according to the U.S. Constitution? That one that was written by your 53 of 54 founding fathers.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, remember how you started this conversation talking about how 53 of the 54 founding fathers were all Christians? Remember when they wrote the Constitution? When did they start giving people rights according to that Constitution?
When did they start giving people rights?
When do you have rights in the United States according to the Constitution of the United States?
I did not know that off the top of my head.
Yeah, all persons born Born. You have rights in the United States under the Constitution written by those founding fathers that you said built this nation on a Christian nation, that 53 out of 54 of them were all Christians, and so it was built on a Christian nation. It specifically says that you are given rights in the United States after birth. You are given at all persons born in the United States. Okay, born. Okay, so you don't have rights before you're born.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but I actually do not think that's true. I mean, I think the time has changed a lot. There are a lot of things, that are in different contexts now, and I don't think at that time they were expecting millions of babies to be murdered.
You think
every
abortion
single
didn't
year.
exist in 1783 or whatever the Constitution was
Were
ratified?
millions of babies being murdered in 1783?
There's not millions of babies being murdered right now, except unless you want to count the ones that Donald Trump is bombing in Iran,
There's 1.13
or that Israel's bombing
million
in
abortions a
Palestine,
year.
or in Lebanon.
Yeah, well, I wasn't talking about that. That's
Oh, I'm
completely
sorry. I
different.
guess you
And
don't
like I
care
said,
too much
there's
about those babies being
1.13
killed.
million
I guess you don't
abortions
care
every
too
year.
much about those babies being killed. It's funny how people
Dude,
that
I
have
was
your
trying to switch the
it's really
subject.
funny that people that have your like sense of morality for some reason have this huge no problem supporting Donald Trump because it's talking about supporting like the unborn. But when Donald Trump is literally killing infants or taking infants and throwing them in freaking camps thousands of miles away from their parents in unlivable conditions, or sending Tomahawk missiles into schools, you guys are more than happy to still support him.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the thing.
Yeah,
right? Someone has to be
exactly.
president of the United States. There's an election. There's two candidates. One of them will
No,
be
don't try to
president. So you
backtrack
could-
on that now. Don't try to backtrack on that now. You
I
have
wasn't
no
backtracking.
problem. You have no problem supporting Donald Trump bombing children. Okay. You have no problem with that. You still support him through him doing that currently. Don't you? You still support him right now, don't you?
Well, like I said, somebody has to be president. There are other reasons that overweigh other things. And by the way,
Gotcha.
I do
So
not,
what you're
I do
saying
not
is
think,
so what you're saying is that
I
fetuses
still haven't
outweigh
finished my sentence,
outweigh freaking people that are born. That's what you're saying.
No, I never said that.
Well, that's what you're
actually. I
saying.
said
If you're
some
talking
things.
about Donald Trump as far as abortion rights, what you are saying is that fetuses, the fetuses outweigh the lives of people that are born, that are living, that are walking around, right? Donald Trump's cut to USAID has literally put the healthcare and lives over 700,000 people. Literally 700,000 people have died due to Donald Trump's cuts to USAID by taking away things like healthcare, by taking away things like food, literally support for, again, okay, living, walking around human beings, but you still support him, even though 700,000 people since the cutting of USAID over a year ago have died due to that.
Okay, but can you still support someone without not agreeing to everything that they do?
No, sir, I'm not. It's not a matter of supporting everyone. Not agreeing with. Could you support Kamala Harris, even though she supports abortion rights for people in the United States?
Can you repeat that?
Well, if you can support somebody, even though their policy, even though you don't like everything they do, then you could have supported Kamala Harris because even though she was for, women's bodies and for abortion rights, you can do that too. Even though he was better for our economy, better for maybe she was better for foreign policy, she was better for freaking foreign affairs, she was doing all those things, but you just voted on one thing. You could have supported her even though you didn't agree with every single thing that she did because she would have been better for more people and for more Americans. But you voted based off of one thing and one thing only.
No, it was not one thing. You have no idea what I voted on. Actually, I voted for many things that Trump has done that outweigh the things he hasn't done that I didn't like in the same situation. There were more things Camilla did that I didn't like that she did do that I did like. So that's how outweighing works, if you didn't know that. So I voted for Trump because there were more things that weighed over the things he didn't do that I did like the border, like many things. And like I said, Trump earlier has created the White House Faith Office. He has also enabled the Task Force Eradicate Anti-Christian Bias in the Department of Justice. So there are
Anti-Christian bias. Anti-Christian bias when the overwhelming majority of literally all of the people that run this country are Christian. Fuck. The crazy part is there was more Christians running this government when Joe Biden was the president because Joe Biden was an actual Christian. There would have been more Christians running this country if Kamala Harris had been elected because she's an actual Christian. Talking about anti-Christian bias in the United States is the funniest bullshit I've ever heard in my entire life. You guys are literally in charge of every fucking thing in this country and you're crying. You're literally trying to cry oppression when you are in charge of everything that happens in this fucking country. That is fucking crazy.
I mean, it really isn't. And I don't know what you're
It
talking
really
about.
is.
At rallies, there were people chanting Jesus King. She said you're at the wrong rally. There are many things that
That
did
was not
I mean, if
true.
you're
That was
saying
literally a
that
post-edited
that was a
video. We
literal,
actually
that is
have the
not
live video. Someone yelled, "Go Donald Trump," and she said you're at the wrong rally. And then people went back and dubbed the audio to convince sheep that she said that.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Just like how people edited what Trump said at when they stormed in Washington D.C. when he did not say "go
Wow.
storm" or whatever people like to claim. That never actually happened. It's the same thing.
No, he didn't say go storm. He said go fight. And how many times did he say go fight?
He actually didn't say "go fight."
He actually did.
That's edited. It was.
He actually
edited.
did. He actually did.
Then I think Kamala Harris also.
He actually did.
said
No,
that
stop
wrong
trying to
rally.
pivot.
People said-
He said fight like hell. He said fight
Yeah,
like
first of
hell
all, I wasn't
34 times.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not even remotely true. I don't even know how that would make sense in any context. I mean, you could say the same thing.
Well,
about
maybe
what I
you should
said.
go
Kamala
watch
Harris
the
definitely
speech
said that
then,
too.
sir. Maybe you should go watch the speech.
The speech was gotten interrupted when he posted on Twitter what he said about it.
What? I watched
The
the speech live, ding dong.
Oh, and you counted 34 times. You said "go fight."
He said fight like hell, and yeah, it's not that hard. Not that hard to count to 30, man.
Okay, so you just sat there watching it. You counted to 30 when the storming the Capitol was happening. He yelled 30 times "go
Well,
fight."
sir, you could just hit rewind and then watch it again when people were attacking.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not talking about the whole.
Wasn't that
number anymore. I'm
hard.
just talking about during storming the Capitol, he's yelling "go fight" 30 times. I mean,
No, it was
how can you prove
before they
Kamala
went and
Harris didn't
stormed the
say-
Capitol.
Yeah, I just don't think that's true at all.
I don't care what you think. This is all documented. It's literally
Oh,
on
it is? Can
tape.
you pull up
It's
any statistics that are
crazy.
actually
It's
proven?
crazy how well documented this is. Like literally the entire speech was being recorded and live streamed and cast and was on television.
Okay. Let's
That
flip
is
topics for a
nuts
second.
to
Let's go-
argue.
let's
You
go-
literally, this is literally what you just did. You took a clip that you heard of Kamala Harris, never watched the full speech, because if you watch the full speech, you'd know that
Actually,
that's
I
not
did
what she
watch the
said.
full
Shh.
speech. I actually did.
Then you're a liar too. Great Christian of you. Yeah. Cute little admittance laugh there, wasn't that?
Yeah,
Literally,
nice
if you had
try.
watched the whole speech, you would have known that that person never said anything about God or Jesus at Kamala Harris's rally. They were talking about Donald Trump, and that's why she asked them to excuse themselves. And honestly, I think she was being actually very polite considering the circumstances, if you want me to be completely honest, right? But she did that, and you took that little clip, never went and watched the whole speech, and now you're making claims about it, and then you never watched Donald Trump's speech, and you're also making claims about that. Sir, are you actually going to, try to actually be genuine in any of your arguments? Are you actually going to try to, actually do any research with any of the things that you're actually saying, or are you just purposefully being obtuse, or are you purposefully keeping yourself ignorant?
Yeah, I mean, you can claim whatever you want about my personal experiences, which makes no sense. You have no idea what I watch or how I live, but we
Yes,
can
I do.
put you an actual argument that's
Yes, I
based
do.
off
Yes, I
statistics.
do. Yes, I
The
do.
border
Yes, I
crossings
do.
right now are
Yes, I
10%
do. Yes, I
from
do,
when
sir.
Biden was
Yes,
president.
I do, sir. Yes, I do know exactly what you have watched and haven't watched. Because if you had watched the things that you say you had watched, then you wouldn't be saying all of the crazy things that you're saying. But you keep just pivoting because every time you're called out, okay, on the thing that you didn't watch, every time you're called out on the thing that you know nothing about, you just pivot and pivot and pivot and pivot and pivot. It's what you're doing right now as I'm calling you out on your pivot. You pivoted to freaking January 6th after pivoting away from religion from Kamala Harris, and you're getting called out on both of them, and now you're trying to pivot to immigration, sir, because you don't know any information on any of the things that you're talking about. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, that's just not true at all. So you can make whatever claims you want, but what is actually backed by statistics is that the border crossing has gone down.
And there you go with the
90%
pivot, sir.
from
Sir,
illegally.
did I give you permission to pivot? I let you pivot 3 times already. Did I give you
need your
permission to pivot?
speak.
Sir, did I give you permission to pivot?
I don't need your permission.
Yes, you do.
Pivot.
On my live, you do.
Okay, let me ask you.
No. You're not asking me
I'm
anything.
sorry.
Here's what I want to hear. Okay. Here's what I want to hear out of your mouth. If you want to pivot again, then you're going to owe me something in order to pivot. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, do I have permission or no?
To pivot? No, not until you give me something.
No, I was asking permission to speak because I heard you ruled this.
Oh, you're granted permission to speak to answer whether you're going to give me
Okay,
something or not.
That's cute. All right, so are you ready to talk about immigration now?
Man, do you have a listening or a comprehension problem?
No, I don't. You just
Okay.
went silent
You
for
do
20
not
seconds.
get to pivot to immigration until you give me something. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, you need to concede and say, I never watched Donald Trump's speech. Once you say that, then I will allow you to pivot to immigration, not before then.
Well, I did watch that speech, so.
Okay, sir. Well, if that's the case, if you're going to stay on your lie, then I'm going to remove you and move on to the next caller, okay?
Yeah, because you know that I can.
Yeah, nobody cares, bro. I gave you a chance, okay? I gave you a chance to concede instead of continuing your lie. I tried. I gave you a chance to try to concede instead of continuing on with your lie, and you chose not to. Make sure you guys hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. I really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Really means a lot to me. Courtney, thank you so much for the $10. Says Spawn of the Devil here, sending support. Mom's Day is 6660. 66. What's 6660? 660. Oh, is it like 6606? Like flip? Oh, I gotcha there. I gotcha. Thank you so much, Courtney. And Satan is Lord. Keep cooking these fools. Thank you so much, Courtney. And Maze, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate that also. We're about to move on to the next caller. Again, make sure you guys hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Lovely. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Said, yes, millions of babies were unalived here in the U.S. They were enslaved African and indigenous babies. Ooh, great point. Great point. Thank you so much, Lovely. American said, I love your channel. Thank you so much. Wrong. Wrongo? I'm not really sure. Sorry, I'm butchering this. So I believe in Jesus and his teachings, and if you support a racist, rapist Trump, then you are blind to God's word. Amen to that. Can we get an amen in the chat for Rongo? Can we get an amen in the chat for Rongo? Beat also, thank you so much for $5. Said, Paula, you don't need to. Oh, he said, Paul, you don't need to read this. Why haven't they arrested anybody in the files, huh, Beat? Why haven't they done it? Arsley, thank you so much for the stay hydrated. Vicky, thank you so much for the laughing disco. And John, thank you so much for the $10 also. I really appreciate that. Said, thanks, Paul. Keep up the good work. I really appreciate that, John. Thank you so much. Also, Tara, thank you so much for the DJ glasses. I'm just moving down the line of things I got to get cleared out of this gallery. I think I do need 2 of those by one person, or something like that. I mean, the gallery's rough for me. A gallery dropped off way bad for me. So we're gonna wait. What? What does this say? All right, sorry. I got a caller in my queue. Sorry. I'm sending a message to whoever's screening my calls real quick. Sorry, 1 second, y'all. I'm reading something, and I got to get clarification before I bring up the next caller. If you guys would like support, again, I do have super chats, super stickers, pay links in the bio, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. They're all at Polypolitics. So if you like support, I really, really appreciate you guys. I might have to. Sorry, one. All right, I guess we're just gonna pull up the next caller and see what's up. Hello, how are you?
Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
Hi, how old are you?
Yeah, 20.
Awesome. Do you still support
Can you
Trump?
hear me? Are you there?
Yeah. Do you still support Trump?
Yeah, I do. I support the president. Yeah.
All right. Then, what's on your mind?
Yeah. Have you heard about the fraud of the SPLC funding right wing extremist groups?
I've heard the claim of it.
What do you think? You think it's true?
I don't believe so, but I don't know. I guess we'll find out in Discovery.
Yeah, it was something that that I was looking at or whatever. My thing is I just wanted to know if you heard of that. But the other thing is, what's with like a lot of progressives setting up fake hoaxes? I noticed that a lot from the left. They do a lot of fake hoax setups, like the Chicago, what happened in Chicago. I think it was last year where the dude was running for mayor against some white guy, and 3 individuals were arrested because they set up a fake cross burning hoax. Like, what do you think of that?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You ever heard of it? I can get it for you.
No idea what you're talking about, and I'm not sure I want to be completely honest with you. What are you talking about?
Okay, so it was a Colorado Springs. You ever heard of the Colorado Springs hoax by Democrats?
No, I've been to Colorado Springs though. Beautiful place.
Yeah, it was Deanna West, Derek Bernard Jr., Ashley Black Cloud. They were all convicted of doing a fake cross-burning hoax to get one of the black mayors elected.
Nope, don't know anything about that. But local elections in Colorado Springs aren't really too much of my, forte.
What about the other woman? The other black woman. She set up a fake noose and put it on her desk. And she said it was white people that did it, and then she lied, and she did it herself.
Again, I have no idea what you're talking about, sir.
You watch the news at all, like local news?
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Oh, you didn't hear about any of these hoaxes?
Sir, I don't pay attention to dumb shit. Why do I care about, okay, cool. If somebody did a fake hoax in Colorado Springs, bad. I don't like them. Don't elect them in. Cool.
Because I'm saying like in terms of the SPLC, like it seems like I guess they need more donation money or something. So it seems
this is relating back to the Southern Poverty Law Center, because again, that's just an accusation, sir. See, the Southern Poverty Law Center, I understand because that's national stuff that I really care about, okay? Because that's important stuff. The claim is saying, hey, they were funding extremist groups. And the Southern Poverty Law Center is saying, no, we were funding our intelligence from undercovers and pretty much snitches that we had in those groups in order to get information in order to indict and put major players in jail. Which, to me, sounds like a very valid excuse. Okay, it makes complete sense that you're hiring, informants and undercovers and all that sort of stuff in horrible groups. I mean, I'm just saying that sounds pretty freaking legit to me, to be completely honest with you. Whether it's 100% true or not, we'll find out after Discovery. But just making a snap judgment about it, based off of nothing, because we know nothing, is just a waste of time in my book.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, I guess after everything, then we could just get back to it. So, because right now they've just been charged. Nobody has been convicted of anything yet. So I guess we'll get back to that.
I don't even think they're not even charged, sir. I think I'm pretty sure it's a civil lawsuit. They don't even have to be indicted. Right? No one's charged. I don't think you can charge a law center.
Oh, well, this is reported by I don't know how legit this is, but NPR. Is that credible?
I don't think NPR said that.
Yeah, I can go to it right now.
I can go to it too.
Let's see if it's NPR. You might be right. Maybe it's not NPR, because I was reading a bunch of different stuff. This is well,
I guess they are. They're indicted. Yeah.
Oh,
they're indicted. They're indicted. So yeah, they're charged.
Yeah, they're charged. So they haven't been convicted of anything yet.
They haven't even gone to trial.
Yeah. So it's just bizarre. But
I honestly think it's just I honestly think it's just a fucking another distraction from the Epstein files. To be completely honest with you.
Okay. Yeah, it said they were engaged in wire fraud and all that other stuff. But okay, but I want to go to the reason why I voted for Trump. Yeah, I voted for Trump because he did cut. One of his policies that I like is when he cut funding from foreign NGOs, government funding from foreign NGOs who were teaching about abortion and all that stuff. So I agree with him. I agree with that.
Which NGOs?
It just says it's part of the policies that I looked up. One of his policies. That's one of the things that he did. He cut funding from foreign NGOs that were teaching about abortions and all that other crap.
You mean teaching like sexual health and about people's bodies? What are you talking about, dude?
It was specifically on abortion. I don't know.
I highly doubt that.
I don't know if
that's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
No, it's not. It's like the whole fucking thing that they said all about the Donald Trump and like, oh, they're sending condoms to places. Yes, condoms are a part of overall sexual health for human beings.
It says,
so what are you saying? It says, what script are you reading?
Okay, so I can read it for you. It says Trump.
No, what script? Hey, what script are you reading?
This is Google.
This is just Google.
It's called the Mexico City policy.
The Mexico City policies?
Yeah, that's what it says right here.
All right, let's take a look at it.
The reinstatement of the It says the reinstatement of the Mexico City policy. It says Trump reinstated this policy, which prohibits.
No, sir. What's the name of the people that were? What was the name of the funding for just teaching people about abortions? Which, let's be very clear, doesn't make any sense. Every person on the planet knows that abortion exists. So I don't know who you'd be teaching unless you're talking about teaching people how to perform abortions, which I don't think we were doing that either.
It's a report that I'm reading about from the BBC.
All right, let's see what the BBC says. What's the name of the article?
Yeah, this is called Trump Executive Order Reverses a Foreign Abortion Policy. BBC News. It's from January 2017.
Sir, I can find an article. I'm very good at this. 1 second.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, this is just something that just says, oh, we can't teach people about abortions in another country. I don't know why that's worth a shit. Yeah,
What
this is a waste
about
of time.
do you agree with
Trump's executive order
ban
federal money to go into international groups which provide information on abortions.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So what, dude?
Like,
why is that a good thing?
Why is what a good thing?
Why is telling other people in other countries not providing information on how to have safe medical care? How is that a good thing?
No, they can do it. I just don't want our tax money to pay for it.
No, sir. It wasn't even a matter of our tax dollar paying for it. This stops it from going to any company that was already doing that, regardless of whether it was from our funding or not. So if an NGO off their own money with no American money was teaching people like, hey, abortion is a good form of medical care, then we can't send them money for anything.
You said if the NGO was using their own money as a form of medical care, then we can't send them money for anything.
Right. It stops federal funding from going to any NGO or any type of foreign organization that does promote these things.
Oh, so these foreign organizations were getting government funding.
Yeah, for things like healthcare and things like feeding children.
Yeah, but I don't think that the government has a problem with that. It's specifically
it does, but if those
abortion,
same people if those same people that were feeding children also say, "Hey, here's some information on abortion," also, then they stop feeding children.
Well, yeah, all they got to do is stop teaching about abortion, and then they can continue to
Why
do
would
thing.
we want people in other countries to not have information about proper health care?
they can have proper education. I'm saying we don't have to give them.
Sir,
give
sir,
them
sir,
that.
sir. We're just walking in circles now. This is getting annoying. Let's try this again, okay?
Okay.
If my organization makes sure, is responsible for healthcare, feeding people, and sexual health in name a country, Gabon, in Central Africa, okay? And I also have a pamphlet that just says, hey, if you're interested in abortion on the side, then, this is the information that you need. Then they stop funding all the healthcare for that country.
Okay.
Why is that a good thing?
Because we don't want to. We want to kind of. I guess we want to stop abortion.
That doesn't stop abortion, sir. That just makes abortions less safe.
But it's not just the counseling. It's not just the counsel for abortion. They also provide abortion. It says if they provide counsel or advocate for abortion services.
Provide counsel or advocate. So if you just provide counsel, you're cut off.
Yeah, but does that mean provide?
Sir, I don't know.
Like
this is the dumbest shit ever, sir. This is the dumbest shit ever.
We can move on.
This is a Reagan policy that was freaking reinstituted by Donald Trump in 2017 after the Democrats rescinded it because Democrats are smarter. And that's it. Like that's the whole thing. This is a dumb argument. Literally, people are dying across the world because Donald Trump is cutting off foreign aid to everybody and their mom, and we're freaking having a conversation of the semantics of the bill. I don't understand this.
Okay. Do you like his remain in Mexico policy? I think
No,
that
it's
was
horrible.
a pretty good policy.
No, it's stupid.
To remain in Mexico?
Yes.
So if you got all these illegals coming from Venezuela,
The Remain in Mexico policy had nothing to do with the Remain in Mexico policy had nothing to do with undocumented immigrants in this country.
No, I'm talking about remaining like it wasn't part of the policy was if they was coming from south of Mexico, to remain in like if they coming from Venezuela or something like that, and Trump says, okay, remain in Mexico, don't just come straight here.
Yeah, if you were going under parole status in the United States, which means you were legally here.
Dude, not when you hear, I'm saying like the migrants that come from south of the border.
Yes, sir.
From south of the
Sir. If you were coming here under parole status legally, then you had to have your parole status not in the United States. It was people that were coming here legally, not undocumented immigrants.
There's people coming here legally, not from undocumented immigrants. Yeah, but so how many people were coming here legally? Like hundreds, thousands?
Legally? Millions.
Yeah, millions of people coming here legally. So that's too many people would be at the border. So I guess he said remain in Mexico because of it'd be too many people.
Too many people for who?
For the United States.
Nope.
Millions of migrants coming here?
And?
So okay, do you agree with Trump holding Mexico accountable, telling them that, hey, just don't let illegal migrants come across your borders and don't just let them come here? Because that was one of the things that was making him upset was when Mexico was just allowing people free reign to come through their borders into the United States.
Mexico literally had 25,000 troops at their side of our southern border protecting against that under the Biden administration. Mexico also paid a whole shit ton of money to the United States to help protect the southern border.
So how the freak did they have like something like 1,000 border encounters?
Yeah, because a lot of people showed up. That's what a border encounter is. It's when lots of people show up and lots of people are stopped. And all those people that were seeking parole status, i.e. people that were seeking asylum and doing all of those different things, they are all encounters, sir. It's just people that are inadmissibles that are stopped by border protection. That's what an encounter is. Okay, so when you have a whole bunch of people showing up from
Yeah.
a whole different a bunch of countries from a whole different bunch of different reasons, especially things like COVID, right, and Title 42, where there was a huge backup, and you have all those people, and now all of those people are trying to get in because legal migration and asylum seeking was stopped under Title 42. So when you now have all those people that are now
Yeah.
showing up and coming and becoming and trying to get into the United States, then all of those are encounters, and so now Border Patrol has to
Yeah, that-
deal with all of those people.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, man. We seen on the news of trucks, like tractor trailers filled with people freaking coming here. They were all in trucks. They were crossing rivers. It was ridiculous.
Y'all need to turn off the news.
Turn off the news. Okay.
Yeah, seriously. They just show you like a
They-
camera photo with some brown people walking in a deserty place, and they're like, "Look, all of these people are flooding across the border," and you guys actually believe it. Like, it's wild, dude. Like, turn off the news. Like seriously, man. Like, you guys literally believe if you guys just see some brown people walking through a desert, you guys will, and they tell you it's, it's caravans of people coming across the United States in whatever, then you guys will just like believe it. It's just kind of wild, man. They could just be
I don't
showing.
even think most of the people were brown. There were a lot of, surprisingly, there were a lot of Chinese people. Like a lot of freaking Chinese. It looked like it was more Chinese than anything.
Sir, when undocumented immigrants cross the border, do you think they cross the border where a camera crew is?
Probably not. I mean,
Then why do you believe that there's a camera crew that happens to be standing next to where people are illegally crossing the border? Don't you think they would see the camera crew and maybe be like, "We're gonna go someplace else"?
no, I think they just don't care. Like,
No,
that's
they don't
what I
care
think. I
whether
think
they
if
get caught or not.
I don't think they care. I don't think well, under Biden, they don't think that they're going to be turned away. That's my opinion.
So there was millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people turned away under the Biden administration. Literally millions and millions and millions and millions and millions.
Yeah, I understand that, but so why are the Democrats there's always a lot of border encounters? But then, like I remember when Trump when he won, the people that were coming to the border when he won, they immediately turned around.
That's not
And
true.
this is it. He didn't even pass any policy yet.
That's not true.
It was on video.
How can people turning around be on video, sir? Did they just show you somebody in a car doing a U-turn?
No, there's a Fox was reporting on this when they were showing. They had reporters on the ground over there.
They just showed somebody
what?
in a car on a road someplace making a U-turn, and they were like, "They're leaving," and you're like,
No, it was
"Woo!" Like,
No, it was a bunch of them. They was like, oh no, Donald Trump won the election. Oh no, they were saying, oh no. When the reporters were interviewing some of the
just like
people, they
that?
was like, oh no.
so they had
That's how they said it.
so
They're
they
like,
had really bad like Hispanic accents too. That's what you're saying?
What do you mean by bad Hispanic accents? That's just how they sounded.
Y'all, please turn off the news.
Mm,
Y'all
All right, I'll do
y'all need to turn it off and turn it off fast. Okay? Cuz this is some crazy shit that I'm listening to right now, dude. This is crazy, bro. Like, dude, have people stopped showing up as much? Yes, the reason why people have stopped showing up as much is cuz again, okay, most of the people that were coming were people that were seeking asylum or people that were seeking refugee status. Okay, that's the overwhelming majority of people that were trying to come to the country. Donald Trump has essentially shut that off. So those people that were coming here because of asylum, because of whatever reason like that, because they were turned around. Okay, now okay, they have to go find someplace else to try to settle. Right, but they were coming here legally.
Okay. One last thing before you get on to the last callers, whatever. What do you think about the assassination attempt on Trump again?
I like barely call it an assassination attempt, but sure.
Yeah, that was terrible. You had progressives on TikTok talking about oh man, it's messed up that the bullet didn't hit, that he didn't get shot. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, no one's saying that. But regardless, sir, I don't advocate for political violence in any way, shape, or form. But calling this an attempt when the dude didn't even make it to the same floor as the president is kind of crazy, right? Like, and to be completely honest with you, it's a little like I just, if he was really a threat, why didn't they shoot him? Right? Like the Secret Service's job is to protect the president, and like you have like the largest grouping of like, you know, American dignitaries in one room. Like if he was that big of a threat, then why didn't they shoot him? I'm just, and that's just like a really honest question. Okay. But no, I don't support
Yeah.
political violence at all, like, even if it's against Donald Trump. Right. Even if it's
Oh,
against
okay, all
Donald
right.
Trump, I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
support political violence against any people. I do not believe that violence is the way that we fix any problems. I think that we fix them through a lot of different ways, but I don't think committing mass violence is a good way to do any of those things. I'm just saying it's a little fucking weird. If apparently the dude had all these guns and knives and was rushing at the president, was so close, why he didn't get a bullet. I just think that's very weird. I think that's a very, very,
Yeah, some of those.
I think that's a very, very, that's a very strange thing. But anyways, I'm going to move on to the next caller. Hope you have a good one, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
bro.
All right, John. Thank you guys so much for being here. Really appreciate that. If you guys are new here, please consider hitting that follow button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. I really appreciate you guys. Big T, thank you so much for that whale diving. I really appreciate that. Hot Dog, thank you so much for the fireworks. Shay, thank you so much for the donuts. I think we're getting down to like 4 things. I think like 4 different things. Oh, Shay, thank you so much for the swan. Lisa, thank you so much for the DJ glasses too. I really appreciate that. I think we're getting down to, I think there's only like 4 gifts left in the gift gallery, but 3 of them are like the special gifts. I got to find those things. So if you like support, I did throw up the meteor shower. I know it's kind of like one of the bigger ones. Well, I think it's the biggest one on the gift gallery, but if you'd like support, I really, really appreciate that. That would mean a lot. Thank you guys so much. Also, I do have all the pay links in the bio. I said Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. They're all at Polypolitics. Just like my name. And I support, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Also, I do have super chats, super stickers. Tatted, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Said big number is scary, Polly. God, these people are scared of everything. Yeah, big number means big scary. Okay, if you use big number, it means big scary. All right, so you got to watch out for that stuff. Someone said they left all their wives behind. Stephen Miller actually specifically hid behind his wife, but that little worm, that's not really surprising. Thank you so much, Tatted. Lovelyo said they really do need to stop watching YouTube videos and Fox News. They really do. The actual random Catherine, Leonard, Tariq, Fukoff, and Joanne, Liv, and Andy. Thank you guys so much for the gifts also over on the YTs. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to the next caller. Keep this thing going. Really appreciate you guys. Hello, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hi, how old are you?
38.
Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
I do.
Awesome. Why is that?
I think.
Hold on.
that
What state are you in?
there's,
Never mind. Go ahead. Continue.
Well, can I ask why you would ask that question? Or like,
Because you
what was
sounded
your
very
thought
much
process?
like I talked to someone yesterday, but you aren't him. So that's why I was asking.
Oh no, I didn't call in yesterday. No, like I said, there's a lot of nuance here, right? There are certain policies that I support and other ones that I don't, and I think that's a distinction. I don't think that a lot of people on the left or progressives really truly understand. I was listening to the caller 2 times ago, and you guys got in a little heated, spirited discussion about certain things here and there, but I think a lot of people have to understand that there are things that you're not going to always agree with, and there's things that you're going to 100% agree with. If I say that I support him, that means I support maybe 51% rather than the 49% of things that he's doing. I mean, would you agree with that?
No, sir. If you support 51% of somebody who's putting children in freaking literal like warehouse concentration camps and bombing schools, and who's an adjudicated sexual assaulter and literally is hundreds of thousand times in the e-files, and sexualized his daughter and sexualized a 10-year-old, and is convicted of 34 felonies and defrauded a children's cancer charity, and is literally sending us off to useless wars, raising our unemployment rate, putting us into like stagflation. Like if you agree with 51% of that, that means that there's a good majority of all that shit that I say that you either agree with or it's not a game changer for you, then I have a significant problem with you.
But like I just said, it's nuanced, right? It's a nuanced conversation, right? You mentioned maybe like 15 things there. Maybe I disagree with 10 of them, right? But overall,
which are the 5
what
you
I think,
agree with?
What are the 5 I agree with?
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. You shouldn't agree with any of those things. That's what I'm saying,
but
sir,
now,
is you should agree with 0 of those things. If there's 5 of those things you agree with, I think there's an issue here.
Right, but you're mentioning things in the past. So you're saying that people can't develop and change over time,
Sir, he literally sexually assaulted somebody, and he has 27 other allegations of it, and he literally bragged about doing that. And even currently right now, again, we're dealing with 100,000 times in the e-files that we know of the redacted versions, right? And he's still going around sexualizing reporters, sexualizing people of his staff on television, right? These are happening currently. He hasn't changed, okay? He's 80 years old, and he's still doing those things.
Right, but it's what you're talking about is morality and ethics at this point of time, right? Just because you think that it's wrong doesn't mean it's wrong, right? Is it illegal?
Sexual assault? Yes.
No. You're
yes,
saying
it is 100%
people.
illegal.
Right, but you're talking about allegations, right?
I'm talking about adjudications.
You said the SPLC was not charged, right? But they were indicted. So you're like, we'll find out in discovery.
Indicted is charged.
Right. So, right. Of course. I mean, you did agree to what the last caller was saying. But what I'm saying, though, is, right, like there's allegations and then there's obviously truth and people get charged against things, right?
A unanimous jury of his peers said that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll. The judge said that it was the equivalent to rape under New York law. This isn't an allegation. Right, he went to court and a jury decided it.
Right. So, but I mean, let's go on the premise that law was changed as he was a sitting president.
Sir.
This was okay. Sir. Go ahead.
No, but I'm just saying, like, when we were talking about like the nuance of things, and you're like, maybe only 10 of those things, like I agree with. The fact that you're on the side of defending the guy that was found in court to be adjudicated. No. You are defending him. That's what you're currently doing. Okay. So I'm not saying you said it. No. I'm saying you are currently doing it. If you're on the side, okay, of defending someone, okay, who was adjudicated of sexual assault, right? And now trying to freaking talk about, let's talk about the case when he's been accused almost 30 times and admits to doing the things, okay? Then you are the problem. Okay, that's my issue. That's the problem. The fact that we're even having this conversation is the issue. There's no nuance to that. All right. I don't want to talk nuance with somebody who's willing to defend that type of thing.
I never said I defended it though. You're making a statement and then you're attacking it.
You are defending it, sir. I'm just making an observation of what you are currently doing.
I'm not.
You literally just said, "Well, sir, if the laws were changed in New York, or he wasn't convicted. These are allegations."
It's not.
That's defending it, sir. That's what you're like. What you are currently doing is defending it.
Was it a civil or a criminal case?
Defense.
Was it a civil or a criminal case?
Again, another thing of you defending it, sir.
No, I'm just asking you a question.
Sir, does it matter if if a unanimous jury says you, sir, sir?
It matters a lot, actually.
Okay, please, cool.
Because now
let me ask you a question. Do you have a significant other?
Oh, of course.
You do. Is it a woman?
Yeah.
Awesome. Would you leave them alone in a dark room with somebody who was adjudicated of sexual assaulting women? Just because it was civil?
I would leave him. No, I would leave them in a room with the president of the United States.
No, I didn't ask you that, sir. If you just met a random person on the fucking street and they said, yes, a jury of my peers in a courtroom said that I sexually assaulted a woman, would you leave your significant other in that room with that person?
I don't know where this question is.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
Well, you answer my question first. Was
No.
a criminal or a civil case?
I'm answering your question right now. Would you do it?
No, you're not.
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
so if I say
Sir,
if I say yes,
we're
you're
not
gonna be like,
moving.
yes,
We're
boom,
not
right
moving
there,
past
boom,
this
right
point.
there. See, you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it because you admit that you wouldn't do that. It's not the point here.
Well, would you do it, sir?
That's not the point. The point
It is
like
the
you're
point,
trying
sir.
to argue.
We're
No,
not
you're
moving
to,
past this point. Just answer the question
no,
honestly.
you're,
It's not a difficult question. Here, I'll give you an example. Okay, I'll give
no,
you an
you
example.
answer my question
It's fine.
first, and I'll answer
No,
your
I'm not
question
answering
second.
your question
How about
first.
that?
I'm not answering your
Okay.
question first at all. Yeah, I'm going to answer my question for you. Okay, so if you were to ask me, hey, you have a partner, would you leave your significant other in a room alone with somebody that was adjudicated civilly of sexual assault unanimously by a jury of their peers? No, because I love my partner. Okay. It's that simple. No,
Right, but that's
because
a very
hold on,
unemotional.
sir. I'm not finished. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you leave would I leave my partner alone with somebody in a room who was never even put into civil court, but had almost 30 different, that person had 30 different allegations from 30 different women that he sexually assaulted them? Would I leave my partner in a room with them? The answer is still no. I'm not done.
Okay, man.
You have a problem, see, with speaking when it's not your turn. I'm not finished. So
okay,
the
ahead,
answer is no, I would not do that. Let me go even further. When I leave my partner in a room with somebody that brags about groping women, who says that they just let you do it when you have money and brags about groping women, the answer is no. No, I would not do that. Would I leave my significant other in a room with somebody who is literally had a bunch of young girls say that he used to sneak into their dressing rooms to see them naked because he owned the place, and so snuck in to see underage girls without their clothes on? Would I leave them in a room with that person? No. So if the answer to all of that is no, if I would not leave my partner in the room with those people, then why would I give them the fucking nuclear codes? Why would I put them in charge of signing laws that affect every single woman in this country? Why would I put them in charge of deciding what laws affect my daughter? If I wouldn't leave them in a room with somebody like that, then why would I trust them with any of the stuff that you trust the president with?
You good? Is my turn now, or? So let me, I guess.
Nope,
give
that was
you
a question at the end.
perspective.
Why would we do that? Why?
Well, because obviously the majority spoke, and they.
I didn't ask you what the
voted for
majority
that.
spoke. Why would you, as a person, because this is so nuanced, why would you do that?
Well, I mean, let's break it down, right?
No, let's not break it down. Why would you do that? Why would you leave?
Why would I do that? Because I don't know the person. I don't know that person.
Exactly, sir. You don't know the person. All you know about them is that a jury of the peers had evidence submitted, and a judge and a jury all gathered all of the evidence and witness testimony together and said that they raped somebody. That's all you know.
A civil case. A civil case.
I don't give a fuck if it's a fucking civil case. Are you?
It matters, though.
Sir.
No.
Why?
Wait,
Why does it matter?
wait.
No. Tell me, why does it matter?
Because
why does it matter?
Because the amount of okay, I'm getting to it. So the amount of evidence that it takes to convict somebody civilly is completely different than it takes to convict somebody criminally.
And what's the difference?
It's two separate things.
And what's the difference?
The difference is, okay, so if you're gonna go at somebody criminally, right? When it has to be in a specific period of time frame is huge, right? Number one. Two, there has to be fucking really good proof that you actually did something, right? In a civil case, that's not the case.
Wrong.
They just have to prove that, yes, absolutely.
That is absolutely wrong.
Absolutely.
And unequivocally wrong.
Okay. After this, go ahead and look it up, man, because you're
no,
not
sir. I've been
right.
doing this for hours a day ever since the day of the trial. You're the first person to bring this up. I never thought to look it up before.
Okay. Well, then do you tell me the difference then? You're just saying
the difference is
a
preponderance of evidence.
Right, exactly. And a preponderance
what does
of
that
evidence
mean?
means what?
What does that mean? If it's exactly, you said exactly. I want to know if you know what it means.
You tell me what it means.
No, I didn't ask, sir.
You know what? No, it means that if there's enough evidence to prove that the claim is true, that's all it means.
There's enough evidence
It doesn't.
to prove that the claim is true. So if
Yes,
there's
that's
enough
exactly
evidence
what
to prove that it
preponderance
is true that he sexually assaulted her,
based off of something from 35 years ago.
that's not what a preponderance of evidence is. But it doesn't
How?
even matter. So
Okay,
do you have kids, sir?
I do. Yeah.
You have kids.
Do you have kids?
I do. So if somebody was proven in court, if somebody was proven in court, okay, to have been more likely than not to
Why are you trying to tie me to
do
this
bad
issue,
things
man?
with children.
Why are you,
No,
hold
sir.
on, time out.
No, I'm
Why are
not
you
timing
trying to
out
tie
for
me to this
shit.
one
I don't
issue?
know why you think that you get to time out me on my live. I'm sorry.
Bro, what
That's
are you
cute.
gonna do? What
I'm
are you
in the
gonna
middle
do?
of a sentence. Shush. And answer my question. If you were to have to leave your kids in a room with somebody who was more likely than not found by a jury to have committed crimes against children, would you leave your kids in that room? And no, we are not moving on until you answer yes or no.
The president's not babysitting
Sir,
my children. And the
yes or
answer
no,
is-
sir.
the
If
answer is
somebody
no.
was found,
the answer is no.
then why not?
Because I'm looking for someone to take care of my child, not run the country.
Oh, gotcha. So you think that taking care of your child is somehow more important than taking care of every child in the United States? Because that's what our laws do. Our laws literally protect children in this country, right? Our laws that say things like what daycares are doing, or what child care do, or what food they eat, or what food is allowed in their body. All of those things protect every child in the United States. Things like education protect every child in the United States, okay? All of these things protect every child in the United States. Okay, not just children, but every other person. The president's job is to sign into law that protects all children in the United States, that protects all women in the United States, that protects all people in the United States. That's the point of a government. Okay, but you, for some reason, are totally cool to let some guy who has been found liable of sexual assault, okay, and again, over 100,000 times in the e-files, okay, the largest freaking, sex trafficking thing that's happened in the United States ever in history, and you're okay with leaving them in charge of making all of those laws.
Buddy, I don't know how to move forward on this conversation at this point in time, because we're talking about a very grand thing and a very minute thing, right? What laws has he signed that endangers women's lives or children's lives?
The vaccines, putting an RFK has endangered freaking everybody's freaking life, but especially children, considering there have been literally hundreds, if not thousands at this point, cases of measles and a completely eradicated disease. But because of his incompetence, measles has completely come back and children are literally dying for it. Literally putting in Supreme Court justices that have literally left women dying on freaking operating tables because they couldn't get the health care that they need because doctors are afraid to perform procedures that are life-saving in this country for women. Those just two quick examples, and I'm sure there's plenty more. But his decision to go to war and putting in incompetent people like Pete Hegseth in charge of those wars, where we are literally bombing children's schools, okay? His decision to put Elon Musk in front of Doge to cut USAID, which has literally been the cause of death and harm to over 700,000 people in the world due to lack of food, to hunger, to lack of medical care, including about 500,000 of those being children, and women that were pregnant not being able to take care of themselves due to that same lack of medication. Should I still go on? How about when he was sued for $400 million for defrauding a children's cancer charity, literally stealing money for children with cancer? Like how many examples do you need, sir?
Well, I mean, can you name one good thing that this guy's done?
Why is it my job to name one good thing about a rapist?
No, because you're just focusing on the complete negative. You have a whole entire platform built off of this guy's name, and you're using it for your
sir, this platform wasn't
benefit.
built on his name, sir. Trust me, it wasn't.
Brother,
okay?
I just went back in all of your lives and everything literally has a word
for how many years did you go back?
Since polypolitics has been a thing. You have 65
and when was that?
Subscribers. It's what 2 years ago. I mean,
you went back 2 years in my videos. Wow, this dude's a fan. He's a fan. He's a fan. I don't even do that. I haven't even gone back 2 years in my. It's 2.5 years, by the way. But just thought I'd let you know. But regardless of any of that, sir. Regardless of doing any of that, sir, please be a fanboy later. I'm trying to speak. Thank you. It is not my job to find something good with a rapist fascist. Okay? If you want to go find something good, then all I hear in my mind is that you would have been
What
the guy
makes
who'd
him a
been like,
fascist?
you would have been the guy that would have been like, oh, you know, Hitler's not that bad. Like there's good things about him. I bet you can't find, like, tell me one good thing about him. That's all I hear,
I
sir.
bet at the
That's
time,
all I hear.
I bet at the time there was a lot of people that actually supported Hitler, and that's probably the reason why
There
he
was,
invaded
and
Poland.
you sound like them.
No, I'm just saying marketing is crazy because you feel like you're on the right side of history right now, correct?
Oh, I don't feel like I am. I know.
Okay, well, that's what probably people that followed Hitler said the same thing. They said that they know that Jewish people are bad and they're wrecking the whole their entire economy. They're putting everything in the dirt, and they're throwing all of these things out there to market towards people like you that will be a useful idiot and say it to other people.
But the problem
and have
is, sir,
followers.
is all of that rhetoric is what the same rhetoric that Donald Trump is using against immigrants right now in this country. Yeah. All that same rhetoric.
Okay.
No, shh. All that same rhetoric that you're just talking about that was used in 1930s Germany is the exact same rhetoric, literally quotes out of Hitler's book, where he called he called the Jewish people, bad things. He literally called immigrants vermin and people that are poisoning the blood of the United States. That is a direct quote out of his book, and Donald Trump is using that for immigrants. So the people that are supporting people that are saying bad things about people like that, the exact comparison would be the people that support Donald Trump. So that would be you, sir. That would be you. You're the one that's supporting that thing. I'm on the side of fighting against people that spread hate. I'm on the side against people that freaking try to build concentration camps. I'm on the side against that. I'm on the side of humanity. I'm on the side of people fighting against sexual assault. I'm against those things, sir. And whenever you're on the side of humanity, whenever you're on the side of human rights, whenever you're on the side of freaking of women, of minorities, of people that are less fortunate in our societies, whenever you're on that side, sir, you don't really have to worry too much about which side you're on. It's pretty obvious which side you're on, sir. No, sir, it's not because it makes me feel good. It's because it's the right thing, and I have a moral compass. You should learn to get one every once in a while, sir. Maybe if you tried to get one, then we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in right now.
Right, but you're painting me as somebody that supports pedophilia at this point in time, right? And
I mean, if you still support Trump, it is what it is.
No, it's not true. I can vehemently say no.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. How come Donald Trump hasn't released the e-files, huh? Even though he's required by law.
Well, that was Pam Bondi, and she got fired, correct?
That was not Pam Bondi. That is Donald Trump, the Trump administration's Department of Justice, which is ran by Donald Trump. There is a law currently that says that they need to be released by now. And Donald Trump has not released them. So why has Donald Trump, who's in charge of the Department of Justice?
They were released. And Donald Trump is
No. The law says that all files would be released unredacted minus the victims' names. Has that happened?
Have you gone through 3 million files?
Has that happened?
Yes, it has.
No, it has not. Only half the files have been released, and those are redacted files.
Okay, but you're talking about going through 3 million files in a matter of a month, right?
3 million files, sir. He's had 15 months in office.
Okay, well, how come Joe Biden didn't do it? I mean, we can continue to keep going on.
Yeah, because the
investigation
was still open, and you're not allowed to release files on an open investigation.
Okay, when the guy's dead, that doesn't make any sense.
No, but Ghislaine Maxwell was still going through her appeals, and those files affect her also.
And what does that do to the court? What does that do to the jury? Does that sway their position?
It can, yes. If evidence is released, then it can sway the position. But all of her appeals were exhausted in December of 2023. Sorry, December of 2024.
Okay, but if you were on the jury, right, and as soon as someone brought up something, you would not even look at the evidence and say that person's a pedophile. You would automatically just label them off the rip and just label them and say you don't need to listen to anything else, because that's what you're doing right now.
Sir,
you're not.
Why hasn't why hasn't he released the files?
I'll ask him. Get him on the
No, I'm
line,
asking
man.
you. You're the one who still supports him. I don't support him because of things like that. Why hasn't he done it? Why? And if he and he hasn't done it, he's completely in charge of doing it, and you still support him even though he hasn't done it.
Why are you using his name to platform yourself and make money?
See, and that's why you're like, oh, I don't know why you're making me sound like a PDO. Yep. Well, there you go, sir. You're kind of making yourself sound like one when you can't answer the question, and you're trying to pivot off that question and to
Brother,
be like,
I don't know why they didn't release them. They
no, sir,
released
you
it, but it wasn't
you can't affect whether they release them or not, sir. But you can affect whether you still support the guy who hasn't released them. You see the difference?
Okay, and then he releases them, and I'm like, okay, cool, I support him now. Like,
I mean, if you really want to look past all the other stuff that we've talked about, then sure.
Okay, and then how about this? Let's run through this scenario real quick, right? Hypothetical. Say they do come out, right? And he's exonerated. He's in those files, but he's not exonerated, or he's exonerated on anything that you think of any negative being of harming a child or doing any of the stuff Jeffrey Epstein did. Like, what's your position at that point in time, right? Like, you're not willing to change your mind. You already have
he's
this
still
set
an
up in your
adjudicated.
brain.
He's still an adjudicated sexual assaulter, sir. That doesn't change that.
Civil,
sir. I understand what a civil case is. Do you understand what the word adjudicated means?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, then when I say the word adjudicated, you don't have to keep saying civil, because we've already had a full discussion about what a civil court means and what the preponderance of evidence was. I've actually taught you a lot about it. You should say thank you, Polly. I know you won't, but I've actually taught you a lot about what a civil court is.
I should just kiss your feet, brother.
Yeah.
Hey, man, like, here's the thing is, like, what?
Shh. Sir, he's still a sexual assaulter, even if nothing in the freaking in the e-files comes out that he has anything to do with, okay? But guess what, sir? Even if he has nothing to do with it, okay, he's still not releasing them unredacted, which means he's protecting the people in the files that did do it. So even if he had nothing to do with anything, he is still protecting the people that did do it. That is still a problem. Okay, it is still an issue, even if he did nothing. Protecting people that do it is just as bad as the people that actually do it. Okay.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
No.
So say these files come out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you not hear that? Is this thing on? Hello.
Oh no, it wasn't on.
It wasn't on.
You said no.
No, I'm tired of me asking your dumb hypothetical questions. I want you to tell me
it's not
why you're still defending this person after all of this time.
Why do you have so much hate in your heart?
Oh, I will always have hate for rapists, sir.
Well,
and people that support them too.
So you just have hate in your heart. Yo, this is the reason why I called, because the left is violent. They want to just be violent, and like you feel that it is right in your heart to punch someone in the face because you don't agree with them, or maybe their case was mishandled, or
DOJ already released a file and they had to retract it because Donald Trump got mad. They said since 2016, 70% of the political violence that's happened in the United States has come from the right.
Well, the SPLC has been funding it. So next question.
Oh, you have proof of that?
Well, they've been indicted.
It's funny how you're not willing to take a civil suit, but you're willing to take a non-suit and non-criminal action that's happened.
They've been indicted.
Isn't that funny? How isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
FBI's conviction rate
before or after Donald Trump came in? No, it's way down now. They can't even get something to court. They already tried to freaking get Comey. That failed. They already tried to get Tish James. That failed
today, by the way.
Yeah, no, that was just another one. That was another one that came
Comey?
up, sir. Yeah, that's another one that came up. They've already indicted him, and a court already threw it out. Yeah.
For lack of evidence. Threw it out? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just doesn't make any
that was a
sense
long time ago, sir. But regardless, sir, it's just really, really funny. Okay. How when Donald Trump is found in a court by a jury of his peers to have committed a freaking sexual assault, you're like, well, it wasn't criminal. But then when the Southern Poverty lawsuit is just indicted, even though even Donald Trump said you can indict a ham sandwich, according to his words, right? When that happens, then all of a sudden we need to take indictments as freaking convictions. You see how disingenuous you are?
It's not. I'm not being disingenuous. You're just being.
You are, though.
So when did we become the soup kitchen of the world at this point in time, right? You're talking about defunding USAID, the measles thing. Like, people were literally getting fired because they wouldn't get a COVID shot. If you want to call this guy
Who got
a
fired
fascist,
for not getting that?
who you mean who got fired? There's a bunch of people in the military got kicked out.
Well, the
people that
military
work for
signs
the
in their
government.
contract that they have to get every required vaccination, and they get dozens of different vaccinations of all different sorts, and they don't have a choice. So they signed away their ability to consent. Yes, they signed their ability to
Okay, what
consent.
about
They
government?
signed away
employees?
their ability to decide about a vaccine when they join. If you sign over your right, then that's on you, bud.
And then the measles thing you're talking about. Have you looked at the cases?
Who's
of
gotten
measles over the
fired
past
for
10
not
years?
getting a measles vaccine?
Nobody got fired, but
Well,
you brought up the
I asked
measles
you
thing.
who got fired from not getting the vaccine. That's what I asked you.
The COVID-19 vaccine,
Yeah, who got fired?
dude. A bunch of people got let go from their job.
Who?
I don't. Why are you acting like you like this isn't true? Like, you know that it's true.
Well, it's
You keep
funny.
telling me
I
who.
apparently I know it's true, yet you can't give one singular example.
No, but you're. Do you want me to name people's names on the internet at this point?
No,
in
so
time?
far you
I
named
know
the military,
personal
which doesn't matter at all, right? Because it's a moot point. Because again, they signed over their rights to that, right? They get things like Japanese
No, there's
encephalitis. They get smallpox
government
shots.
employees.
Smallpox has been eradicated for decades. Well, at least it was until RFK came in. He'll probably find a way to bring that back, I'm sure. But
I don't know, man. Like, I don't understand your platform at this point in time. I don't.
sir,
feel like
I
you're
don't
trying
need you to
gain
understand
any
it,
knowledge.
nor do I care whether you understand it.
All right. Well, I mean, keep sucking Trump's dick, and I mean, you're going to keep continuing to get followers on TikTok, and China's going to perpet you throughout the internet and all this other stuff, man. It's a much larger game than what's in front of your face, man. You're being shown everything for a reason. You're a useful idiot, and I hope.
Does this crying help you feel
life.
better because you don't have friends, or what is it?
No, I have plenty of friends, and
Oh, no, I mean,
like
ones
to
that
listen to
actually like
different
you.
talking points.
No,
No,
like
I-
ones that
I-
actually
I-
like you. I'm just curious.
And you know what's funny is I don't really need people to like me like you. I have a whole entire family. that
Well,
loves
sir,
me
I'm
no
sure you
matter
won't have
what,
any
so.
problem with people not liking you. It sounds you probably
Uh,
right in your
Sounds like,
probably
I mean,
right in your fucking like wheelhouse, dude.
the fact that you're arguing with people at 9:30 online when you're, at home and your kids are there and you're not giving them any love and affection or attention.
You've been
is
on the phone with me
speaking-
for a half an hour, not giving your kids any love
Well,
and affection while you argue with me.
but
Except for
here's the
when
thing is
I do
work
it,
for a
but except
living.
for when I do it,
No,
I look
I
real
work for a
fucking good,
living.
and you just do it to sit up
No.
here and fucking whine. So if you have nothing else to fucking
No, but-
cry and whine about, I have other people to talk to that matter.
Oh, they might. Okay. Well, go kiss your kids goodnight because, I can't see mine because I'm on the road, doing
You
things
can't
for my
kiss
country.
yours
and
because
you're
they
just-
don't talk to anymore because they don't love you.
No, your kids don't.
All right. Anyways, y'all, we're gonna move on to the next person. I really appreciate y'all. If y'all can, if y'all are new here, please make sure you guys hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. I really, really appreciate you guys. We're gonna keep this thing going. We got some more callers in there. Again, if you guys like to support the live, I do have a super chat, super stickers. I threw up this little live gift goal. I had the meteor shower up. I knew the meteor shower might be a rough one. Because I think it's like my last like non-special gift to hit out of the gift gallery. But if you'd guys like to help me hit this live gift goal or help me with my gift gallery, including that meteor shower, and I think there's some like desert things up there. You can find that by going up, clicking my name, clicking on gift gallery, and you can see it. There's a C Cooper, desert, Blitzy, prairie, Diney. I can't even find them in the thing. So if you guys like to help support, I really, really appreciate you guys. Or just with the snow pallies over there. Also, I do have super chats, super stickers. I also have pay links in the bio, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. They're all at Polypolitics. Infamous, thank you so much. Says, caller, if someone essayed your daughter and was convicted in civil court, would you tell your daughter she was not essayed and to get over it? Yeah, he might actually. Well, he'd probably try to, but again, she doesn't talk to him anymore. So what are you gonna do? He would have to be able to talk to his kids to be able to do that. Bro, if you want to bring kids into this situation, we can bring kids in the situation. Again, I don't know why you guys do this wordplay with me thing. I'm better at it than you are. Thank you so much, Infamous. I really appreciate that. Loch Ness, thank you so much. Say, I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you so much, Dwayne, Marcus, Tarsha, Infamous said, Hail Satan. Let's get some 666 in the chat. Thank you so much. And Shush, thank you so much. And Lindy Sue, thank you also. Thank you guys all so much for the support. Tatted, also thank you so much. So the Navy called it Shot Alley. It ends with 1 on the butt. Also, I have my small park scar. Mine's gone. Yeah, mine's gone. Thank you guys so much, Lisa and Stacy and Uniquely and Dana and everybody who just sent those. Gloria, Tati, thank you so much. I actually didn't get much of one. Funny enough, mine is almost just completely gone. Yeah, it just kind of disappeared. I got lucky. All right, y'all. Well, thank you guys so much again. Please make sure you guys hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. I think I'm having a really fun live today, to be completely honest with you. I am enjoying myself and would love to keep it going. So, yeah, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. It really, really does mean a lot to me. I don't know what we're gonna put up here. What should we put up here? Before I move on to the next caller, what should I put up? I don't know. Should we do? I've never seen this one. We're gonna do this one because I've never seen it. Do we have a likes goal? 500,000. 500,000 is the likes goal. 500,000 is the likes goal. 500,000 is always the likes goal. What be? We're at 2.5 hours. I might run a little bit. I might run a little bit later too. We'll see if we can keep things going. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hello, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, Polly?
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 37, Polly.
You're saying my name a lot. Do you know me?
No, I've talked to you like months ago. I talked to you, and what was it? We had to talk about we talked for I think 40 minutes, and then we talked about Obama. Then it went down south, and then I think you ended up muting my mic or whatever it was. And then I haven't talked in the last couple of months, I would say roughly. But I do listen to you, though, Polly.
Okay. Well, why do you support Donald Trump? What's on your mind?
Yeah, from the last time we talked, we never got to finish our last thing. Yeah, again, you're a black liberal and I'm a black conservative, so of course we're not going to see eye to eye on a lot of things. But from listening to you, I guess my biggest thing is, again, like the last time I said, I find you intriguing because it's the point of fact that you're going to say I'm wrong, of course, and your viewers, but to me, I just think you're a black sellout for the white liberal party, and I got it. Trump. He's an asshole. I'll give it to you. I agree with you guys. Yeah, he sucks sometimes. Nobody's going to be perfect, but it's just it comes down to the views of what I believe in. I know you called him a rapist, a fascist, and all that. Okay, fair enough. And I'm waiting for him to be condemned in court. And he goes to jail, and then I'll be like you, fuck Trump. But at the same time, let's also condemn the LGBT bullshit when it comes to them having kid-friendly drag shows and wanting to give,
kid-friendly drag
kids
shows
hormone
are awesome.
blockers, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
kid-friendly drag shows are awesome. You ever been to one?
Exactly. I'm sorry. You said it was awesome.
Yeah, they're great. Oh my god, they're so much fun. You guys ever been to one? Oh yeah, they're so much fun.
Think about how sick this is.
Have you ever been to one, sir?
Grown man,
have you ever been to one?
Grown black man.
No, sir.
Okay,
have you
with
been
a
to one?
man dressing
Sir,
as a
have you
woman
been to
around
one?
kids. That's
Sir,
not
have you been to
perverted?
one? Sir, have you been
Come
to one?
on, man.
Sir, have you been to one?
Call me Sir Polly. Seriously.
No, answer the fucking question. Have you been to one?
No, I'm not gay, Polly. I'm not fucking gay. That's why. Why would I go there?
So you've never been to one, yet you're telling me it's bad, even though you don't know what goes on in one.
What are you talking about?
No, just to be clear, you've never been to one. No, just to be clear, you never. Who said they're gay? There's lots of drag queens that aren't gay. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, sir? You don't know anything about what you're fucking talking about.
You want to dress as a woman?
All right, I'm about to mute. Now I understand why you got muted. You're about to get kicked already because I'm already annoyed with you.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Try me one more fucking time.
Go ahead, try me. You ain't fucking scared of you. Fuck you.
Whatever you guys say, you little bitch. You done?
Go ahead.
You done, you little bitch?
I love it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Polly.
Yeah, okay. Here you go. I have an idea for you. Ready?
Go ahead.
Yeah, get the fuck off my live, you piece of shit. Fuck off. Anyways, he's not black, and now I know why he got kicked. He's not a man either. So to be completely honest with you, imagine being afraid, saying I'm a big man, and also at the same time saying, I'm scared of men in dresses. You know what I'm saying? Imagine calling yourself like a big man and being like, I'm such a big deal. I'm so huge. And then being like, men in dresses scare me. Bro, do you know who is not scared by men in dresses? That, or like gay people. You know who's not afraid of that? People that aren't gay. Like, dude, I'm not worried about being around gay men or men in dresses, because I am not attracted to men. So why should that bother me? Like, what? Like, it seems like you're just all hot and fucking bothered, and it bothers you that to be around all those fucking hot men in dresses. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you're like really, really,
It's insane.
just scared to be around a bunch of hot men in dresses, because it gets you all hot and bothered in your pants. Okay. I look at it and I'm like, oh, it's just people expressing themselves. None of my, I don't care. Like, why do you care? Dude, I've been to so many drag shows. Every single one of them, I'm like, oh, that's entertaining. Like, it's so simple. Anyways, y'all, I gave the corgi consent, okay? The corgi has super consent, and the corgi is making me, the corgi is looking my face. It's okay. It has consent.
What's going on, bud?
Dude, your reception is not good.
Hold on a second. Hello?
Hi, how old are
How's
you?
this? I'm 20.
Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
I do support Trump. Yep. I have a question for you, bud. So you talk about Trump being a pedophile and conservatives supporting
Hold on,
that.
bud.
When you support
you said bud? You Canadian?
Yeah, bud. Yeah, bud.
You're Canadian?
I'm Canadian. Yeah, I am Canadian.
So
But
you
can you
support
answer my
Trump
question?
from
Don't
not
run
this
away.
country?
But don't run away.
No,
don't run away.
Sir,
okay?
I'll do whatever I want on my live. Answer my fucking
You're
question.
running away. You're gonna run away. You're gonna
Well,
run
I
away.
actually wasn't. I was actually trying to engage in a conversation with you because I asked you a question. But since you're just going to scream you're going to run away instead of answering my question, then I guess I will move on. I was literally asking you a question, engaging with you.
All right.
Maybe you should act like an adult next time you talk to another adult, okay? Well, sorry. Next time you talk to an adult, you're not an adult, so I guess you don't have any, you can't call it another adult. Yeah, so. Anyways, like, bro, I was literally engaging with you. I asked you a question. But I don't know why you had to have your microphone in your mouth in order to do that. That's crazy. Thank you, Infamous. Infamous, thank you, sir, for the $2. Says, Polly is black. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hello?
Shh. Anyways,
Hello?
Karamos, thank you so... Shh. Karamos, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Said, what do y'all think happens at drag shows that would scar children? So, dude, kid-friendly ones, they literally like read books to... Actually, they read books to kids. I think that might be the part that scares them. Because they don't know how to read.
Hello?
And then like they get scared by all the reading. And they're like, oh my God, are those words? I'm confused. Anyways, hello, how old are you?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, that's weird. It just like kicked me right onto your show, sir.
Didn't just kick you right on. I brought you on.
Oh, okay. I'm 32.
Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
It's insane.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you still support Trump?
Yeah.
Awesome. Why is that?
Because I don't know. I think he's good for the country.
All right. What's he doing good for the country?
I don't know. People are trying to kill him, so I think he's doing something good.
people also consistently tried to kill Hitler. Does that mean he was doing good stuff?
Depends who you ask, sir.
I'm sorry.
No, I think Trump is. I think he's very. I think he's very divisive. I mean, clearly you hate him. I don't know why, but yeah, I don't mind him. I think he's doing okay.
What's he doing okay at?
I think I think he's passed a few bills, a few laws. Well, no, he hasn't passed any laws. Congress passes laws. He just signs them. I think he's done okay with immigration and banning trans people from playing in sports they can't win in usually. I think he's done okay with that.
So nothing?
No, I mean he's banned trans guys that want to play in women's sports. I think that's fine. What's wrong with that?
Because it's A, a waste of time, B, a non-issue, and C, fear-mongering and puts people in danger.
Yeah, I mean, when the men, they play in the women's sports, they hurt them. I don't think that's fair to the women. I think women should stick up for themselves a little bit here, don't you think?
Cool. Name one woman that's been hurt then.
There was a girl at my one of my daughter's friends there. She got hit in the face with a field hockey ball, and she lost a couple teeth because there was a quote unquote boy that wanted to play in the girls' sports. I don't think that's cool. I don't like.
So
like
what
that.
happens when
that's
girls
unfair.
just knock out girls' teeth in field hockey?
Well, this wasn't a girl. This was a boy.
What's wrong with your voice?
Excuse me?
What's wrong with your voice?
What?
Say what again?
What?
What ain't no language I've ever heard of? Do they speak English in what?
You're being quite rude here. I mean, I'm just answering the question here. I mean,
All right. Well, I think I'm about to hang up. Bye-bye.
why? I'm just.
Do they speak English in what? What ain't no language I ever heard of? What ain't no language I've ever heard of? Milford, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. So when these silly folks start dragging the fabulous drag queens, them this video, Donald Trump motorboating Rudy Giuliani in drag. Wait, what? Donald Trump motorboating Rudy Giuliani in drag. Hold on. I don't know, but I gotta. That's worth me typing in. It was a comedy skit. What in the heck am I watching?
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
Yo, what is this fucking from? Dude, this is fucking real? Holy shit. Holy shit. Hold on. Yeah, I'm about to show it. 1 second. By the way, super chat of the day for bringing this up to me. Oh my goodness. W's a chat for Milford. The quality shit, but
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all.
I think I saw it once a long time ago.
Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try. Mayor Giuliani, he's given away over $2 billion in corporate wealth.
Stupid. I'm gonna play that every time that someone brings up drag queens on my live from now on. Thank you, Milford. I appreciate that. That was a chat from Milford. Oh, Milford called in. All right, we'll see it. Hold on. We gotta ring him up real quick. If you're a Trump supporter, you can call in on the number that's above my head, or I'll start taking some TikTok guests in a second also, if they're still there. So we can, if you're a TikTok guest in there, I'll try to bring you guys up too. I'm actually gonna clear my TikTok guest request. If you're a Trump supporter, you just add back in. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, it's NR Milford. I can't believe you've never seen that video. It's been around for years.
I think I saw it like one time, like forever ago. Like as I was watching it, I've kind of seen it, but it was like I'd forgotten about it. Like it was just something that completely blanked off my head.
Right, and it's a great video to show these folks who are constantly at trans and constantly about drag queens. It's ridiculous. Show them that video.
Oh, I will. Actually, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna save it. That way I can.
Have
I'm
a
gonna
good night. I enjoy
bookmark
you
it.
very much, Paulie. I
Hey,
enjoy you
thank
very
you so much. I
Take
really,
care.
really appreciate you. That was a chat for the caller, like I just said. All right, we're gonna keep this thing moving for a second. I'm chilling right now. I should have said, did caller swallow a dog toy? Oh, you're talking about the Mr. Canadian over there? Yeah, that sounded wild. That sounded wild. Yeah, I think a lot of people have never seen it. Like I said, I think I've seen it like one time, but that was about it. I think I saw it like one time. Uncle Ben and Lindy, thank you so much for the gifts also. I appreciate that. And whoever sent that last corgi too, I really appreciate that. All the corgis, but Shayna, thank you so much for the corgi too. Hello? Hello? Excuse you. Excuse you. Gesundheit, was that what did you say? Something like that. Hold on, I gotta bookmark this tag really quick. I gotta bookmark this. Let's bookmark it over there. All right, cool. We have a caller in the screening room. I'm waiting to see again. If you guys still support Trump, it looks like we do have a Trump supporter on the line. I'm gonna run this a little longer than normal. If I have a screener, also, if no one can stay around, I forgive you. But I think I'm gonna run this. If I can get a good caller, I'm gonna keep this thing going for like a little bit longer. I'm closing in on 3 hours, but I'd like to go just a tad longer if possible. So, y'all make sure let's get this thing up to 500,000, right? We stopped working on the 500,000 likes thing. You guys we just gave up over there. Hello, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How old are you?
Great. I'm 55.
Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
Oh, I love the guy. Yeah, I most certainly do.
Awesome.
I think he's doing a wonderful job. Well, first and foremost, I love the fact that he's not a politician. The majority of Americans voted him in there, I think, primarily because he's not a politician. This guy can't be bought and paid for like most of everybody else we've ever had in office. So I love that about him.
He literally got paid off by big oil, by corporations. He's literally getting handed.
Oh, come on. Where did you get in that information? Oh, please. Come on, brother. Where are you getting that information?
From the
CNN?
video in the Oval Office.
Where are you getting
Donald
that information?
Trump is
CNN, CBS, ABS, or ABC?
ABS.
The media outlets.
I got it.
ABC.
I did not get it from Auto Braking System. I'll tell you that much. But regardless, sir, nope, it was on. It was live streamed on every social media platform. It was live streamed on every media outlet, both in the United States and out of the United States. It is literally was broadcast live for everyone to see. Like when he was literally being handed freaking, gold bricks by the CEO of Apple, or when the Qataris literally just gave him a jet. And then next thing you
Oh, now
know,
come on. No,
they
no,
can
come
bring
on.
their
What
military
you're doing
aircraft
here? No,
over
no,
to
no,
our
no.
base.
Let's bring this down. Let's bring this down. No, no. Let's bring this down.
From where?
All
So
right.
I don't get any further
that
down than this.
That's over dramatizing, and you're looking at things that are just simply not true. All right. We need to look at the basic facts. Basic facts is he is doing what no other president's ever done to try to bring the trade deficit down with China. No president has ever even tried to do that. All right, bravo to him. He may not be perfect at it. He may not have the best speaking skills, but he is doing the right thing to try to bring jobs back over here into America. So I don't care about whatever this is that you're sharing about him.
How does bringing down the trade deficit bring back jobs?
Oh, he already has.
He is not. Our unemployment rate is
Who
up.
told you that? That's ridiculous.
Donald Trump's government.
That information?
BLS.
Where are you getting that information? That's ridiculous.
I just answered the
question. All right. For
question.
starters, I work for Ford, and Ford was going to move one of our plants outside of the country. He put a stop to it, saving thousands of union brothers and sisters' jobs.
Sir,
saving their families.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop. Okay.
Well, I can see already this conversation is not going to go anywhere because you do not see what he's doing.
I asked you a question and you're not responding to it.
What you're being told that he's doing.
Sir, I asked you a question and you're not responding to it. Cool. How does bringing down a trade deficit increase jobs?
Simple. The tariffs are forcing China to come back to the negotiating table. All right? And it is also forcing the companies over there. That's exactly what I'm asking. That's exactly what you asked. All right? Bringing down a trade deficit brings jobs back to America because it forces companies to reconsider moving our jobs over there to begin with, which never should have happened. This is a huge problem that began years ago that he is trying to address. Whether or not he is completely successful with it or not, I don't know. But at least he's trying. At least he's making an attempt so that our children and our grandchildren will actually have a decent paying job here in America. American companies have been going overseas ever since President, I think it was Clinton, signed the first NAFTA agreement. They just opened the door. Go down to Mexico and cross the border and see how many American jobs are down there right now.
There's a ton of them, sir.
Sir,
I'm starting to think you're AI or something. Like, are you here to actually have a conversation?
Yeah, I am here to have a conversation.
Okay, then let's have a conversation. You have yet to answer the question. Okay, I literally asked you how reducing the trade. No, I asked you how the trade deficit creates jobs. So what you said is it forces China to come to the negotiating table. Yeah, I know, but then you just kept going.
Right.
Like, answer the question. Let's have a conversation about it, okay?
I did answer the question. It forces American companies to reconsider moving jobs out of America.
Then let's have a conversation about it, not let you just go and keep grandstanding on other things, okay? So, the question I was getting ready to ask you.
I answered your question.
Okay. So, the question I was going to ask you is if we just increase tariffs on China and therefore stopping jobs from going to China, then why wouldn't the jobs just go to other places? Like that have lower tariffs, like Vietnam.
Oh, he's not just dealing with China. He's not just dealing with China. He's renegotiating every trade treaty we have with just about every country out there.
How many trade deals has Donald Trump accomplished?
China just has to be one.
How many trade deals has Donald Trump accomplished since he's been in office?
Well, I don't know how many. I don't have the number in my back pocket.
Zero.
But he is renegotiating. Oh, no. Where are you getting your information from, sir?
Zero.
You are reaching.
He has had zero signed and inked trade deals with any country since he took office, okay? He's claimed a whole bunch of trade deals. None of them ever were finalized. None of them ever were signed in ink. The closest one would be the UK. And with the UK trade deal
and where are you getting that information?
Oh, my God. From the trade deal, sir. Trade deals are signed documentation.
You know what? I also get my information from these people, and they're telling the exact opposite from where you're getting your information, my friend.
Please show me any type of thing that actually shows me a signed trade deal.
Well, if I had the time to pull it up and send it to you, I most certainly would. But I can tell you what, I can do that after this broadcast. I'm most certainly willing to do that.
I do. And here's Council on Foreign Relations. And here is the entire source. It's called Tracking Trump's Trade Deals. Okay. And then it actually shows all the trade deals and who he's actually talked about them and how far they've actually gone in the process. And these are all the ones that he attempted to talk to about people. Okay. And then all of them not only never went through, but all of them were then even more interrupted when the Supreme Court on February 20th of 2026 found that Donald Trump was in violation of the Constitution and trying to implement tariffs under IEPA. So literally every single tariff that Donald Trump even attempted to implement was unconstitutional.
No, you're wrong there. What he did was he used the wrong platform. They backed off and renegotiated and used the right platform. That's all that was. The Supreme Court did not shoot down the tariffs. All they did was stated that the way he was doing it was incorrect.
Correct. The way he was doing it was incorrect. Therefore, he could not implement tariffs at the rate he was doing, at the levels he could, for the amount of time that he was trying to do. He can only do temporary ones that have a cap. Okay, so therefore no country and no company from any country is going to start moving manufacturing from their country and retooling their entire programming in order to suffice a
GE already
one
did.
company.
He already announced it.
Then name one company.
GE already did. I just told you. GE
did?
They're moving their plants back from China. Yeah, they did.
When did they say that?
You don't pay any attention to the news? That was last
year.
year.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
That was all over the place.
Oh, the GE plants that were announced under Biden?
No, Biden never did any of that.
Yes,
They announced that under Trump. That was just last year.
Yeah. No. Let's see.
Look, the bottom line is, I understand this president's not perfect, and I understand he has his flaws. Everybody does. But he is doing his best to do the right thing, to bring jobs back here to this country. All right? He's trying his best. Iran is another perfect, example of.
Yeah. Before we move on to that,
stop
before we move on to Iran,
crazy people.
Here's right here. Okay. Nope. Hold on. This is where they announced it the second time. 1 second. I actually do have the one from earlier. Un momento. Yeah, it's actually in this article. Actually. Yep. So right here in this article that sorry, I was on the right one. That was announced in March 2026. It says right here that since 2024, under the Biden administration, GE Aerospace has announced a plan to invest more than $2.5 billion across the U.S. Across its U.S. manufacturing sites and supplier base. Okay,
that information is simply not true. Whoever wrote that article is that's just not true, brother. That is not true. I will have to pull that information up for you and show it to you.
This is GE's website.
That statement, wherever you're getting that from, it's basically fake news. That's falsified information.
GEaerospace.com.
Okay, like I said, I will pull up the article showing where GE recently GE specifically said under the Trump administration that they're bringing a plant back from China here to the country.
Yes,
look that up. That's everywhere. That's common news.
That's what's in here, sir. And it was announced at first under the Biden administration, and they just re-announced it under the Trump administration.
With all due respect, my friend, you're smoking crack.
Sir,
no, it was not.
This is GE's
website,
sir.
You know what? I will look that up. What you're referring to is not the plant that they are opening right now under the Trump administration.
Well,
you're reaching, brother. You are reaching for everything, and I'll tell you why you're reaching for everything. Because you're a left-wing liberal, and you cannot stand anybody who stands against what you believe.
Sir, where's the plant?
Oh, let me look it up. All right, fine.
You don't know where the plant is that you're talking about?
I'll look it up. I don't have all this stuff in my memory bank.
Well, sir, you're the one talking about this plant, and I'm just saying, if you're going to talk continually about this plant, okay, then tell me where the plant is.
All right, hold on. I'll look it up.
Because there was another $1 billion on top of the $2.5 billion that was invested under Biden that GE announced they were going to do, but that's not bringing anything back. It's actually just expanding the manufacturing.
2025. GE, hold on. August 13th, 2025. 5-year plan creates 1,000 jobs across 5 states. Anybody can pull this up and look at it. What's the date on this? August 13th, 2025. That's not under the Biden administration, my friend. I don't know where you're getting your information.
That's not the question I asked you.
That's where's the question that you asked me.
I said, where's the plant? That was my question.
Oh, I can look it up. Like I said, anybody can look this up. Just go online, pull it up.
Then why haven't you done it yet?
I'm doing it right now. Lord have mercy. I can't believe that you don't even know this. One of them's right here in Louisville, Kentucky. Thank God. That was horrible whenever they moved those jobs out of here. I know people personally that lost their jobs, ruined their lives, thanks to the Biden administration and his predecessor, the Obama administration. So, yeah, right here in Louisville, Kentucky, they're going to be bringing the plant back. Invest more than $3 billion over the next 5 years in U.S. operations, workforce, and communities. Why? Thanks to Trump.
Yeah,
Thank
what
God
you're actually
Trump's doing something.
what you're actually talking about is this plant right here. That again, it was just to invest new machines in that plant under the Trump administration. Under the Biden administration, it was already being built and invested in.
Oh, that's ridiculous, my friend. Come on. You are really smoking crack. 11 U.S. manufacturing plants with new automation and capital equipment. The first phase of investments will begin in GE plants in Kentucky, Alabama, Georgia. Right there it is on the damn.
Already exists.
You know what?
Exactly,
You
sir.
are not willing to see anything other than your perspective.
No,
right?
sir. I'm just not willing
You're
to see
unwilling
anything
other
other
than your
than
perspective.
GE's perspective.
I'm looking right here. I'm reading it, dude. Anybody can pull this information up. All right, that wasn't under the Biden administration. That was under the Trump administration.
Mm-hmm.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe that you're unwilling to even see that. Well, I thought you were somebody who I could actually have a conversation with that was actually intelligent enough to educate themselves.
Sir,
Unfortunately, I see that's just not the case.
Here's the funny thing,
So,
that even if it
good
was
luck.
announced in 2025, okay, even if it was announced in 2025, when a company decides that they're building a plant, they weren't going to do it based off of temporary tariffs that had only been in place. Where were they manufacturing prior to that? That would be the question that I was asking. And what tariffs do we have in under those things, right? That would be my question. You're just he ran. You're just what I like to call, sir, a headline hoochie. Okay? You're a headline hoochie. All right. Let's see. Hold on one sec. This is the plant he was talking about, by the way, before he ran away. That plant in Louisville, Kentucky, was actually visited by Joe Biden when he was VP. Yeah. That brand new plant that he's talking about in Louisville, Kentucky, this was announced in 2013. Yeah. So, Vice President Biden visited the plant. So that's pretty cool. You know, that's pretty cool. That's not nothing. Yeah, it's crazy how when you just like check the things that they say, how quickly they fall apart. You know, make sure you guys hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. I really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. We are running a little bit longer than normal today. Because honestly, I got nowhere to be for a while, and if I'm just gonna get off and just stare at the ceiling, I might as well hang out with you guys a little bit more. So if you guys would really like to support the live, again, I really appreciate you guys being here. We are really close to 400,000. So let's get this thing up to 500,000. Let's keep this thing going. As long as I got callers and guests, we'll keep this thing going. So I really, really appreciate you guys. I might even stay a little bit longer just for fun if we're having a good time. So I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. Also, if you guys like support, again, I do have super chats, super stickers, all that great stuff. That really does go a long way to helping me keep doing this. Membership, super fans, and we're just over halfway on the corgis. Also, I am still looking for that meteor shower. Trying to get that off the gift gallery. So if you got a bunch of coins there just burning a hole in your pocket and you're like, man, I'd love to send Polly a meteor shower, please feel free. Would love to see it. Would love to see it. Angela Nader, thank you so much for the stay hydrated too. I really appreciate that. And Big T, thank you so much for the puppy kisses. Rosie, I'm sorry that your week has been horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Let's all put hearts in the chat. Let's all put hearts in the chat for Sean. Are you okay there?
Oh yeah, dude. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, well, can you shut your mic up for a second? I'm trying to speak.
Yeah, 1 sec.
Thank you. Can we send hearts in the chat for Rosie? Apparently she's going through a rough week, and I'll tell you, I've had a rough last couple of weeks myself. So I completely understand having a rough week, and I'm glad I can be here to help keep your mind off of things. I think that that's really awesome. So hopefully I can help do that, and hopefully we keep getting some Trump supporters in here. Again, if you're a Trump supporter, please call in on the number that's above my head. We got the call lines are open. They are waiting. So you can call in that way. And thank you guys for all the gifts that I've seen. Kula Kesso, thank you so much for the meteor shower. Huge W's in the chat for Kula, for that giant meteor shower that is absolutely huge. Thank you so much. Huge W's in the chat. Can we see this thing light up with W's for Kula for that meteor shower? I need to see hearts and W's all over the place. All right, that is so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. The only ones I have left in the gift gallery are the weird special ones that I don't know how to access and even put up here. So I'm happy. This is great. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. And Kula, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the corgis too. Those are actually very sweet. They're little puppy kisses. Dean, thank you so much. All right, Sean, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Is there a problem with your microphone or something?
Yeah, I got my earbuds in my AirPods. Let me switch over real quick.
Okay.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Do you still support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. Why is that?
Because he doesn't let trans men fucking play in women's sports like some dipshit.
Okay. And how does that personally affect you, sir?
It personally affects me because I compete in the sport where we got motherfuckers that want to let fucking these men and women's sports come in and fucking compete in combat sports like boxing and MMA.
Do you play in women's sports, sir?
No, I don't.
Okay, then
I'm
how
an
does it
MMA
affect
fighter
you,
in
sir?
the UFC, and I got to deal with some dipshits that want to have these little fucking.
You're not a
trainings come
UFC
in
fighter in the
and fight.
UFC, sir.
Yeah, I am.
You haven't
And
even played the
Sean Strickland,
UFC game
dipshit.
before.
No, I fight in the UFC, 185 pounds. I won the belt beating fucking Israel Adesanya, you dipshit.
Yeah, you couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag.
Yeah, I could fight you any day of the week.
Any day of the week? No, I'm not interested in beating up on children.
Yeah, you fucking goddamn tranny.
Ooh, got me.
You're probably. Here's the thing. You're the reason why America's so fucking soft.
Sir, can I ask you a
you're
question?
fucking
Why do you
bullshit.
care so much about men's genitalia? Do you got dick on the mind?
I don't give a fuck about any of that.
Yeah, I just want to curious why you have so much dick on the mind, sir. I think it's very weird. Is that why you're in the UFC, so you can roll around with dudes all the time? Was that your goal? Were you like what's a way that I can roll around with dudes all the time, but not have to come out to my parents? And you were like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go fight, MMA. I'm gonna go fight MMA so I can just rub all against sweaty dudes all day. And no one's gonna call me gay. I don't have to come out to my family. I don't have to come out to my friends. I can just I can hang out, and I'm like, yeah, I'm a dude. We're doing dude stuff. Now come over here with that sweat, with that ball sweat, and come put it all in my face. We're gonna call it a submission. Yeah, put me in a submission, big guy. Yeah, put me in a submission. He ran, by the way. I don't know why. Probably to go find some more dudes. Sorry. He probably ran off to go find some more dudes. Which, no, sorry. It's stupid. Why did I say that? I don't even know why I fucking said that. I don't even know why I said that. I truly don't. I'm sorry. That was so stupid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm better than that. I'm a professional. Okay? I'm a professional. Okay? Sorry. It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. Thank you so much, Shay and Dean for the the puppy kisses. We're only looking for 2 more of those. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I want to jump on that popular live thing. I want to get that up. I want to get that going. Go tip throw to the tulips. Yeah, I guess. I'm a professional. Ah! Hello, how are you?
Good about yourself.
I'm doing great. How old are you?
19.
Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
I do.
Awesome. Why is that?
Well, go ahead and put this out. I don't support him as a person, but I do support him just because he's the president.
Okay. Well, so even though he's a horrible president, you just support him because he's the president anyway?
I mean, there's tons of horrible presidents. I mean, JFK has been known to be linked to the mob, and there's other things that other presidents have done before as well. But
Yeah,
I feel
and
like
I don't
just
support presidents that have done shitty things before either.
Okay, but as the president, that's a hard job. Not many people go for it for a year, and I feel like just because of the job itself, the person deserves some respect. No one ever said that anyone had to like Donald Trump as a person. I personally don't, but at the end of the day, he is our commander-in-chief, and I do respect him as the role that he plays in our country right now.
Yeah, fuck that. Respect is earned, not given. Okay? Respect is earned and not given. And you being elected to a position because you lied to the American people for month over month over month, okay, does not earn my respect. Sexually assaulting women doesn't earn my respect. Protecting freaking PDFs because by hiding the Epstein files, that doesn't earn my respect. Okay, bombing children and putting people in freaking warehouse concentration camps, that doesn't earn my respect. You don't get a fucking respect just because you were fucking elected. Okay, I'm sorry, and with all due respect to you, that's fucking horse shit, and nobody should respect someone just because they were fucking elected. What we do is like what the Democrats just did with Eric Swalwell, when they find out that they're a shitty person, even though they had been elected before to previous positions, they kick them out of the party running and screaming, okay, with their tail tucked between their legs, like the pieces of shit they are. That's what you're supposed to do to elected officials who act like pieces of shit.
Okay.
Do you see the difference, sir? Do you know who Eric Swalwell is?
I do not know.
Yeah, so Eric Swalwell, he was running for governor. He was actually the front runner for California governor. Okay, spent lots of time he was a House member, I believe, right? He wasn't a senator. Yeah, he was a House member, right? So he was in the House. He was a front runner for the Democrats in California. Got very well known for like trashing Trump and doing all sorts of stuff like that, right? And everybody in California, not everybody, but a lot of people in California really liked him. They thought, he has a really good chance of becoming governor and all sorts of stuff. And then he was accused of sexual assault by a woman, and everyone went, okay, well, let's take a second, see what's going on with all that. And then 4 more women came out and accused him of sexual assault. And the Democrats told him, drop the fuck out, get as far away from us as fucking possible, you piece of shit. And that includes me. I liked Eric Swalwell as a House representative. I thought he was great. I actually loved watching videos of him on the House floor, absolutely trashing Trump and Trump supporters. But I also have the ability to change my mind when somebody turns out to be a piece of shit. You see the difference?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you like Donald Trump and then you found out he was a piece of shit, then it doesn't matter if he's elected or was elected or is holding a position. Fuck him and fuck everything he fucking stands for, because he's a piece of shit that hurts women, who is protecting, people that hurt children, who is putting us at war, and who is freaking ripping children out of their households to put in warehouse concentration camps. Sorry. You don't get respect.
Okay.
All right, man.
All right. Well, it has been nice talking to you, and
Well,
right.
I hope you have a wonderful day, and maybe consider some things that he ran. Maybe consider something that I said. Did I scare him? Was I scary, Polly? Was I being scary, Polly? I'm sorry. I think I was being scary, Polly. I wasn't trying to be, okay? I wasn't trying to be scary, Polly. Matt says Polly blocked my number because he's scared to debate. I didn't block you. You might be somebody else might have blocked you. I didn't block you. Okay. I didn't block you. But somebody may have blocked you. I'll give it a day or two, and then maybe I'll think about unblocking you. If you are blocked, which you probably are. I'm not surprised by that. And Karamos, thank you so much for the $5. Said Matthew one is a slack jaw coward who can't substantiate a claim. I like how Matthew sent a $2 super chat to say I'm scared to debate, and then immediately somebody else in a bigger super chat just to talk trash on Matthew. Sorry, that makes me happy. That makes me laugh. Angela Nader, thank you so much. Karina, thank you so much. Kiyaki, thank you so much. B. Kreitz, thank you. Jimmy, Karina, Jacqueline, thank you. Vicky and Jimmy, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And even thank Matthew and Karamos for the super chats. I really, really appreciate y'all. Also, thank you guys so much for clearing off the puppies kissing me and things. And Rolando and Boost Mobile, thank you so much for the octopus too. I appreciate that. All right, looks like we got somebody else in here waiting to call in, waiting to talk. So, hello, how are you?
Insane.
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How old are you?
Good. I am 36.
Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
How old are you?
I'm 39. Do you still support Trump?
I do.
Awesome. Why is that?
Well, for a number of reasons. A lot of his executive orders were pretty good.
Okay,
Pretty
why is
great.
he having to rule
And
by executive order when he literally has the House, the Senate, and the presidency? He could pass whatever he wants. Why is he wasting time doing executive orders that can be overturned and aren't law?
I'd say there's a lot of corruption in that kind of realm. You know, there's
What
no
realm?
specific fair way.
The
of politics, what you
Republicans
just said,
own
the House,
everything.
They do?
Yep, they have the House, the Senate. They even have a conservative Supreme Court, and they have the presidency. They have everyone. Who's doing this corruption that you're talking about?
A number of people are. Are we having a conversation or a debate? I just want to know what kind of state of mind I should get in
That
here.
depends on how you want to play it, but it doesn't change the answer to the question, sir. It doesn't change the question, sir. You're saying that you're liking that he's ruling by executive order like a dictator, and I just don't understand why that's a good thing.
Well, I know. I just kind of, depending on who's calling your line, you kind of pick and choose whether you want to have a conversation or a debate. It just kind of depends.
I don't pick and choose. The callers pick and choose.
No, I just asked you if you want to have one, and then you said
that depends on you, sir. I don't want to agree to either one because that depends on how you act.
But it's your show.
Good job.
You kind of go whichever way the wind's blowing. If you don't like what someone's saying, you say it's your show. You do what you want, so on and so forth.
Oh no, I still do what I want, sir, but I can't force you to know how to debate.
Yeah, but last night, some kid, he couldn't have been a day over 22, was owning you, and you hung up on him.
Is this just a whine session about what you think about my live? Because there is other people waiting to talk to me.
No. Oh, now you got cornered up there.
No, I'm not cornered. I'm bored.
Hi.
Okay, I've been on for over 3 hours, and I'm bored. You know what? How about this?
Are you going to run?
Oh, well, now
Do
I am.
your little fag laugh.
Good. How is it having a mother that's also your aunt?
Hey, I'll tell you one thing.
No, you won't. Anyways, Man, that was an easily cornerable question. I just asked him why he likes executive orders, and that triggered an entire crash out. That's pretty impressive. That was like the easiest question I've asked anyone all day. I like executive orders. Why do you like executive orders? Like that. Like, that's literally the easiest question I can ask someone. Isn't it? He's ruling by executive order. Why do you like executive orders? You talked to a guy a few days ago who was 20 and I didn't like it. You talked to someone 48 hours ago and I didn't like the way you talked to him. That hurt my feelings. Let's talk about it right now. That's why I love Donald Trump's executive orders. I love it because you talk to somebody and you talking to somebody else who's not me made me sad in my fifis. It made me sad in my fifis to hear it. It made me so sad I was like, oh, you made me sad you talked to that guy. It was so great. Oh, I'm so angry about it. Oh, my name is Caller. This MAGA hat makes my head hurt as I cry into the microphone because you talked to somebody 2 days ago. And when you talked to them, it hurt my feelings. It hurt my feelings. That's why I love Donald Trump's executive orders, because you hurt my feelings. Tell me that's not what that dude sounded like. Tell me that's not what that guy sounded like. Bro. Just fucking whining. That's like the fourth caller that's been like that today. Dude who's just been like coming up, be like, I heard you talk to someone a few days ago. I heard you talking to somebody a few days ago. Fucking what? This is my favorite thing that I've ever bought, by the way. This is my favorite thing that I've ever bought. By a long shot. This is the best thing. Okay. This was $5 at a gas station. Okay? This was $5 at a gas station. That I ran. The only reason I went to that gas station is because I needed an energy drink because I was tired on the drive home. Okay. What goes in the mouth? Bubba. Bubba goes in the mouth. Okay. Bubba goes in the mouth. What Bubba does in that mouth, I can't talk about online, okay? What Bubba does in that mouth, I can't talk about online. All right. That's too much. That's too much, okay? That's too much. Maybe should I start selling those on my should I start selling those on my should I start I should when I get my merch shop, I'm gonna start selling those. I'm gonna start selling those. Except for I don't know what I'm gonna have on. I'm gonna do something different with them. I don't even know how to who knows how to have a pretty much rubber ducky doll for I don't even know how to find that thing. I don't even know how to make one of those. Who is Bubba? Someone said, who is Bubba? Am I taking calls? Yeah, I'm taking calls. Nobody's calling in right now. So I'm just giving it a few minutes because I'm not ready to get off yet. Unlike Bubba. Sorry, Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe I should get off. I'm fucking. I need to stop. Okay? I need to stop. All right? Yeah, we wilding out in here. We wilding out in here. I ended a MAGA call. I end tons of MAGA calls. MAGA doesn't like me very much. Okay. MAGA hurts my MAGA. I hurt MAGA's feelings too much. Ooh, can I put up one of these? These look cool. Yeah, MAGA's not a big fan of me. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yo, let's get this thing up to 500,000 likes. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys hit that follow button. See you later, Tara. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate you. All right, we got somebody coming here. Ryan, thank you so much for the second Prairie Diney. Dude, I was trying to find it to put it up on the thingy. Thank you so much. Big W's in the chat for Ryan for clearing out the Prairie Dineys in my gift gallery. I only have two more things. I have the Sea Cooper and the Desert Blitzy. I have no idea how big those are, but if I'd like to help with that, thank you so much. Huge W's in the chat for Ryan. Huge W's in the chat for Ryan. Huge. Blow that up. Burn it down for Ryan. Send it. Huge W's in the chat for Ryan. Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing great. How old are you?
52.
Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
I do.
Awesome. Why is that?
Why is that? Well, he's doing everything I voted for him to do.
And what did you vote for him to do?
Let's see, close the borders, deport illegals, America first, straighten the economy out.
How was the economy straightened out?
Well, he's working on it.
But you said he straightened it out. You said he did everything. So how's it straightened out?
No, I voted for him to straighten it out. I didn't say he did. I mean, he's been in there a year and a half.
Yeah, and it's going the opposite direction. Unemployment rate's up. Weight of the dollar is down. Unemployment's, up. Did I already say that one? I might have already said that one. Yeah, so the economy's going in the opposite direction. We're headed towards stagflation and possibly even a recession. So I don't know how we're how that's a good thing.
Well, I'm not an economist, so I have no idea. And it may end up that way. I don't know. But I think it's better than the skyrocketing inflation that we were under and just the awful policies under Joe Biden.
So what policy of Joe Biden caused that inflation?
Well, for one, all those government jobs that he was hiring and hiring.
So you think government jobs approved by Congress that have been around for decades caused mass inflation?
No, they added thousands and thousands of jobs.
So you think thousands of jobs making barely median household income in the United States caused mass inflation?
No, I think them handing out government money, that also the jobs. I mean, it was a fake economy.
Who handed out more money, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
I'm sorry?
Who added more? Who sent out more government money to people? Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
Joe Biden.
Donald Trump. Donald Trump sent out 2 stimulus checks. Biden sent out 1.
Okay, the stimulus checks. That's besides that.
Well, it's not besides that. That is literally government money. That was literally sent out by the U.S. government, right?
And then he
$4.6
Medicaid, and then he also expanded SNAP benefits. There's a lot more than just a check.
How does the president unilaterally expand SNAP benefits or Medicaid?
Well, he doesn't unilaterally do it, but they did do it.
Okay, so Congress did it. The bipartisan Congress expanded Medicaid and SNAP benefits.
Policies they did because they had shut our country down. They had almost destroyed. Well, they did destroy a lot of people's lives.
When did the country shut down?
In 2020, 2021, 2020, halfway between 2020 and 2021.
Yeah. So when Trump was president.
I said they. Yes, I didn't say Joe
Yeah,
Biden.
but you're saying you're talking about things that are causing inflation, which
And
I
who's
agree on
causing
one of
it
them,
that's
right? Like I
shutting the country
agree.
down?
Hold on, ma'am. I agree that shutting the country down, actually shutting the world down, right, was part of the reason for inflation. I agree with that. That happened under Trump.
Right.
I agree that sending out a whole bunch of stimulus checks to to try to prop up the economy also was inflationary. That also happened under Trump. So what you're saying is that the things that are happening
So
that
inflation did
caused
not
mass
hit until Joe
inflation
Biden was in
happened under
office.
Trump, and I agree with you.
2022. 2022 is when inflation started skyrocketing.
Right, because of things that had happened between 2020 and 2021. Inflation didn't just happen out of nowhere in 2022. They were a side effect of what had been happening because of COVID for multiple years prior. The shutdown of multiple governments across the world, right? The upsetting of shipping lanes, the demand for durables, skyrocketing after having a shortage of them due to lack of manufacturing, right? That mixed with very high oil prices due to things like the OPEC Plus deal and the Russia-Ukraine war. All of those things all built
The
up together
Russia-Ukraine
and
war
then
had nothing to
create,
do with our
hold
oil
on, ma'am,
supply.
I'm almost done. All of those things all built up together and all together created a worldwide inflation rate that hit almost 10%. All of that together did that.
I agree in the beginning, but there were things he could have done to bring us out of that, but he kept pushing, kept pushing. He shut down our oil, our pipelines. He shut down our drilling. He went through half of our reserves that Trump had filled up with the oil, with cheap oil, that we've had to replace with high dollar oil. There's a lot of things that Biden did that really hurt this country.
We recovered our economy from COVID faster than every single industrialized and wealthy nation on the planet.
Because we are a wealthy nation, and it's a good thing
No,
we
that
are.
actually makes it more difficult.
How do you figure?
Yeah, because our economy has a lot more moving parts, so it's actually harder. That's why the Wall Street Journal, literally when Donald Trump took office, which is a right-leaning publication to be frank with you, why the Wall Street Journal said that they were, ma'am, I haven't been cutting you off. I've been trying to let you talk, and I thought we were having a conversation here. I don't know why you have to keep continually cutting me off.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That's why the Wall Street Journal, which is a right-leaning publication, said that they were getting that Donald Trump was getting an economy that was the envy of the world. Okay, when he took over in this term. Okay, hey, the Wall Street Journal said it. The Wall Street Journal is owned by a very, very well-known conservative and is a right-leaning publication. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, but regardless of any of that, okay. We were at record drilling numbers in 2024. At the time, it was the highest level of oil production that the United States has ever seen. We actually became the world's #1 oil producer under Biden in 2024. All right. And we were energy independent for the first time in 70 years. Okay. So I don't know what you're talking about with shutting down drilling or not allowing for drilling, because the exact opposite of that happened.
He may have done things at the end of 2024 when he was trying to look good, just like he said he was shutting down the border and said he was doing this, and it was all a lie. What happened to the pipeline that he closed down going to Canada?
Yeah, what was that pipeline being used for?
For transferring fuel.
What kind of fuel?
Gas. I don't know. I don't care. It was a pipeline that put lots of people out of work and hurt our economy because of it.
Incorrect. So that pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline, first of all, wasn't shut down by Biden. It was shut down by the Supreme Court. So let's start there. Okay. Second of all, that was carrying tar sands oil from Canada down into the Gulf of Mexico. Tar sands oil is used to make plastics because it's too difficult to actually convert into fuel. Third of all, that was Canadian oil going to other countries and wasn't even making a stop in the United States. It was literally just being transported through. So no, that had nothing to do with oil prices or production of oil in the United States.
If you go back and you look, when that got shut down, that led directly to prices starting to go up, jobs starting to be cut, except for government jobs that kept growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. Why do you like a large government?
Well, we have a larger government now than we ever did under Joe Biden. Government spending is at a literal all-time high. Okay, and I'm not specifically a bigger fan of a bigger government. I am a fan of a more efficient government and using our government dollars in more correct ways, which should be to actually help people. Okay, not to actually not to spend overseas or not to enrich rich people or to do any of those things. Right. So that's what I'm in fan of, not necessarily bigger, but more effective. What Donald Trump is using the government tax dollars to do is to enrich rich people and to enrich other countries.
How's that?
Because his literal oh my God, TCMJ? TCJ. Why am I confused? Why am I messing?
USM, whatever.
No, the TCMJ, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, whatever the heck I can't say right now. TCJA, thank you, Jesus Christ. TCJA, I could not get it out of my brain head. The TCJA, that's exactly what it did. It gave huge tax cuts to corporations and to people in the top 1%, and the top actually like 10% of the United States, at the expense of people in the middle class. And so did HR1. They did the exact same thing. They literally spent more of our tax dollars giving giant corporations and the ultra rich larger tax breaks so they could buy more jets and send themselves to space or whatever. My policies are not bigger government. It says, hey, use that same money that we're spending on all those rich people and then apply that amount of money down into poor people for things like expanded expanded SNAP benefits, expanded Medicaid, for universal health care, for all the things that actually help the middle and lower classes, not upper classes.
So you like our health care now?
Oh, I hate our health care now.
Well, it's from Obamacare, which is a step closer to universal health care.
Yeah, that's like me saying that me jumping is one step closer to me landing on the moon. Technically, you're right. I am technically closer to the moon. Yeah, technically, I am closer to the moon if I jump, but not by enough for it to really matter.
Sure, it matters. Sure, it matters.
No,
because
it was.
Obamacare, I remember how much insurance used to cost, and I know how much it costs now.
Yeah, millions and millions of people that were uninsurable, that had no insurance whatsoever, were able to get insured under Obamacare. That's what the important thing was. Okay, that's what that did. But Obamacare, as you guys like to call it, or the Affordable Care Act, was literally supposed to just be step one of multiple steps. It was supposed to progress from there, right? It wasn't supposed to be the end all be all to our healthcare. It was just supposed to be a step in the right direction. And Donald Trump has been saying since 2017 that he was going to make a healthcare program that was better than the ACA, that was going to replace it, right? And still, we are now in 2026 after he's been saying that since 2016. He said he was going to replace it. It's now 2026, and he still hasn't even proposed a bill to try to replace it. In fact, he just, every time he's asked about it, he says he'll have one in about 2 weeks. What does he propose then?
Yeah. Well, okay, he has said that the best thing to do, which is true, because the best thing for any price of anything is competition, right?
Wrong.
He wanted to open up the entire what?
Wrong.
That's true.
That's not true.
He wanted to open up the entire country. So, like, if I wanted to get California health care in Alabama, if I wanted to purchase that one, I could purchase it. If I want to go to Illinois, I could purchase that one. That's the best thing. Anything
that's never going to happen.
That has competition is going to bring prices down and make them more competitive. They're going to offer more for less because they're trying to get that.
What do you mean by California healthcare?
Or whatever healthcare they have in California. I'm just saying, Blue Cross Blue
They have
Shield
private insurance in California, just like they have private insurance everywhere else.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm just saying where you could choose whatever policy
you can already do that.
No, you can't.
You can already choose which healthcare company you want. There's already competition. The problem is all of your competition all talks to each other. Okay. And then therefore they hyperinflate the price.
You're wrong.
What health insurance company in California can you get in Alabama? Because, I mean, I guess you can get Kaiser Permanente. That's not in Alabama, but it ain't going to do you much good in Alabama because there is no Kaiser Permanente out there.
see if you can soak this in, okay? So I'm just saying, if I wanted to buy a policy in California, if they didn't offer in Alabama, and they were offering better products, better coverage, less deductible, less copay, whatever, that would make it better for everybody, where we could all choose where we want to go. It brings prices down. Competition brings prices down.
Have you ever had health insurance?
I have health insurance now.
Awesome.
What are
So
you talking
so you understand the concept of
not
in network.
breakfast.
So you understand the concept of in and out of network.
That's what he's talking about.
So if there's an insurance company in California, you live in Alabama, every single thing that you went to would be out of network. So therefore, it would automatically be
offered it
more
here.
expensive because everything
My
in
God.
network would be in
I know
California.
you're not this dumb. I know you're not
So
this
what you're saying
dumb.
is California insurance companies would have to offer in-network things outside of their network. That sounds like that sounds very similar to something like I don't know, socialism.
Are you listening? They don't have
Sounds
to.
Oh.
If I wanted an out of network coverage, if that's what I wanted to buy, I should be able to buy it.
But how does that create competition? Because it's automatically, so California already charges more because they make more money in that state, so therefore it's more expensive because a median household income is more expensive in that state. So their insurance premiums are automatically higher considering their hospitals are already more expensive. So therefore you have a state that you would have to be paying out of network costs, right, from a state that does not have any network in your state, so it would automatically not be cheaper. But you can mass apply that to literally every state insurance, like or network of states, whatever. Because every insurance that wants to go through multiple states can already do that. Thank you so much, Ryan. Holy shit! Thank you so much, Ryan. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, every private insurance company that want to do that could already do that.
If Blue Cross Blue Shield of Alabama wanted to cover people in California, so that would be in their network if they chose it, if they could go across state lines, which they can't. But if they could, and they offered it to California, and it was cheaper to buy Blue Cross Blue Shield of Alabama to cover me in California, they would buy it.
Yeah, they already do that. They
down.
already do that. It's called Blue Cross Blue Shield California.
Okay.
Yeah, they
it's not
already
Alabama.
do
It's
that
different
because
price.
there's
It's
already
different
Blue
price.
Cross
It's
Blue
different
Shield
coverage.
California that already exists.
different prices.
Actually, is there a
It's
state
different
in the
coverages.
United States that doesn't have Blue Cross Blue Shield? I know we have it here in Florida. I don't know of a
Right,
state
but they
that
all
doesn't have Blue
state
Cross Blue
licenses.
Shield.
They all have state licenses. So Blue Cross Blue Shield of Alabama is in Alabama. California is in California. But if they could cover different places, like Alabama, to take theirs to California, United, go to California, whoever they don't have coming out of Alabama, going into California, offering them better prices, it's going to bring everybody's prices down. You can't tell me that you don't agree with that and that you don't understand
There's
it.
already existing. It already
understand
exists. Blue Cross Blue Shield is
child
already in
can understand
California.
this
The
shit.
only reason it says California instead of Alabama is because California's has to apply by California's rules, right? Because California has
Right.
different healthcare rules than Alabama. Specifically, they tend to
Okay.
actually care that their people survive, okay? As opposed to Alabama, where they truly fucking don't, okay? But that's all that is. What you're suggesting could happen.
Every
Okay, what
insurance
you're
company has to
suggesting
cover the
would
same thing
happen.
because of
Okay,
Obamacare.
what you're suggesting would happen already happens because states have rights and states have the ability to create their own laws when it comes to healthcare.
Not when there's federal regulation, such as Obamacare over healthcare systems.
Nothing in
That's
Obamacare
why
stopped
I
a
have
state.
maternity care. I'm not getting pregnant at 52 years old, but I have to cover maternity care. I have it on my insurance, even though I don't need it, right? I still have to carry it, right? Let's see, child care. That's on my policy. It costs me more for me and my husband to have a policy than it would be for me, my husband, and 10 kids. It would be cheaper with the 10 kids than it is just me and my husband, because we're covering.
That's a whole lie.
people. No, it's not.
that's
want
not
a
a
bet?
that's
You
not
want
a
me to
that's
show
not
it to you?
that's yes.
You send me an email and I will email it to you.
Yes, I would love to see the comparison of. You don't even need to send me an email. Okay, don't even send me an email. Please tell me what insurance you have that is more expensive for you and just your husband than your husband and 10 kids. That
I'm gonna show it to you.
even for Alabama, that's pretty unbelievable. Okay.
It sure is.
And
It was very
that's
unbelievable.
pretty unbelievable even for Alabama, which is crazy because I don't say that very often at all. Thank you so much, Big T and Ryan. Thank you so much for that Prairie Blitz. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, both of y'all. Yeah, even for Alabama, that's insanely unbelievable.
It is, I know.
Yeah, like it's not real. Like there's no possible way that could happen in real life. Like that's the level of sorry. Somebody said super chat and it made me laugh. That's
That's what.
That's something. Thank you so much, Kaylee, for the Prairie Cooper. I appreciate that. No, that's just that's just really you know,
It's crazy.
just kind of unbelievable. Just
It is, I know.
yeah.
Google it.
What insurance do you have? I'm curious.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Alabama.
All right. You know what? Just for fun, because it's towards the end of my night, and you know, I apparently hate myself. Yeah, because I apparently not a big fan of myself at all. Honestly, that's what it's starting to sound like. Let's see. Hold on one sec. All right, Blue Cross Blue Shield Alabama rate calculator. All right, let's give it a shot. All right, price transparency from Blue Cross Blue Shield Alabama. That's the coverage rule. No, let's see. Let's see. Treatment costs. Cost. Oh, I gotta register. I'm not registering for that.
I know. I'm looking down through here.
I'm not registering that. So I'm gonna cheat. Yeah, I'm gonna cheat. Yeah, I'm gonna cheat. Let's see. I'm gonna cheat. Okay. Can you give me the price difference for Alabama, Blue Cross Blue Shield premium rates for a 52-year-old couple, one with 0 kids and one with 10 kids? I'm just kind of curious.
Right. It goes from individual to family. So, I mean, either way. It's individual plus spouse, and then individual plus family.
Yeah, scenario A, 2 adults, $750 to $900 a month. Scenario B, $1,500 to $1,800 a month, plus $200 to $400 each kid, with a maximum of 3 kids. So you're looking at between $1,500 and $1,800 a month with no kids, and between $21,000 and $3,000 for 10 kids. So no, yeah, no, it would be significantly more expensive. How much for sister wife? I can ask it. How much for a sister wife? How much if it's just a sister wife?
Yeah, you can ask that.
Yeah. It actually answered me. Holy shit.
I believe it.
That's funny. It actually answered me. That's what's fucking funny. So it said, if you're talking about sister wife setup, sorry, it actually tried to justify it.
Okay, so wait, are you
sorry.
still laughing?
No, this is too
I mean,
fucking
it
funny.
is a
So
little hilarious. All
it
bullshit
says,
things
it
come up with.
says, okay, all right. Well, this is where it gets kind of funny mathematically. It says if you're talking
Right.
about a sister wife setup, in parentheses, one man plus two wives, no kids, under ACA BCBS Alabama rules. Here's actually how it prices out. So normal couple, 2 adults, sister wives, 3 adults. So what it actually when
Just
I
adding
said
another
sister wife, it actually didn't take it as your sister is your wife. It actually took it as
Right.
2 sisters who are married to the same guy. Because in
Yeah.
Alabama, all of this is still very logical
Well,
to
actually,
AI.
we don't have that in
All
Alabama.
right,
They
so
do Atlanta. They do all that
so
triple marrying out
yeah,
west.
in Alabama, it was like, dude, we don't know what you're talking about. All this shit sounds logical. Okay, so apparently, guess the cost breakdown. The funniest person said somebody said she's listening like it's normal. Because again,
just
she lives in
waiting for you to
Alabama.
get done.
So now I gotta tell it, no. I meant that you only have one wife, but that wife
Are you
is
high?
also your
Are you high
sister.
tonight? Are you drunk? Do you know when to talk about policy?
Got
You don't
it.
wanna
So you're
be
just talking
serious?
about one spouse who happens to also be your sister, not an extra adult. Cool. From a healthcare insurance pricing standpoint, that detail doesn't change the premium at all. All right. So now we actually know if your wife is actually your sister and also still your
It
wife,
doesn't change.
from a health insurance standpoint, totally the same, right? Totally the same. So I do like how AI is not questioning why I'm talking about this in Alabama. Like it's not even blinking.
Well, it wouldn't blink if you put any state in there.
I don't know about that. Maybe you're right. But I think he just saw Alabama and it was like,
I don't know why you're trying to act like Alabama is so backwards.
I
It's
think
not.
ChatGPT was like, honestly, in Alabama, this is a pretty common question that we've gotten quite a few times, and
Right. There's
so we
a lot of
wanted to,
brothers
yeah,
in your marriage, right? Mhm.
yeah. So this is actually pretty common, actually.
Right. You would think.
Lovely Ghana says you're too old to be a part of No Child Left Behind.
Exactly, I am.
Yeah, so
You're not,
that's good news.
But I am.
That's good.
You're
news.
not.
No, I am not.
not
No,
too
but
old.
yeah, just
Right,
there's-
exactly.
yeah. Coach Polly says ATT has BC, BCS, Illinois, in Alabama. Oh, so there you go. There you go. They already have that. That already exists. See, you said each state has their own laws about what has to be covered. That's why Blue Cross Blue Shield of
Illinois
Oregon
does
can't
not cover
self-insure in Alabama. No, so AT&T does. So I'm assuming he means that if you work for AT&T in Alabama, your Blue Cross Blue Shield is actually covered by Blue Cross Blue Shield in Illinois. I think that's what they're saying. Yeah, so that's an employer covered healthcare, so that's completely different.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
So you're not. I mean, I knew you were playing dumb when I was talking to you about it. I mean, I know you like to argue and stuff on your show, but you could at least acknowledge, the truth about some things.
The truth, ma'am, is that that policy makes no sense and is going to do nothing to actually help
So you
insurance rates.
think
The
that
only thing that's going
competition
to
does not bring prices down.
competition does, but not that type of competition, because what you're saying doesn't actually increase competition
No,
over
it's
insurance
not.
markets at a whole. Not to mention that the major insurance companies that exist within these states are all the same insurance companies like Blue Cross Blue Shield, again,
The
which
major ones are, but there are
which is
smaller
already in
insurance
every
companies
other
that would be
state.
glad
Well, the
to go
smaller
into
ones
other
already
states.
have too hard of a time competing, even in the states that they exist in, compared to the national ones, right? So you're not actually increasing that. What we need is universal healthcare. What we need is some type of single payer healthcare system or something to that effect. We need something where it's an insurance that's nationwide that covers a certain level of thing that's taxpayer funded that covers everybody all in one shot. That's what we need. We don't. What we need to stop doing is relying on these insurance companies to do these sorts of things. That's the actual problem.
We already have that. I mean, just about everybody in the country has some sort of health coverage or another. Medicaid.
Right, but in order to significantly
health
decrease it, that's what you need.
Insurance.
Yeah, that's what you need in order to decrease it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying in order to significantly decrease it, that's what you have to do. No, you don't. You have private insurance companies. That's all you have.
Right. Wait. What about the government insurance? What about Obamacare?
Obamacare isn't government insurance.
Anybody can sign up for Obamacare to get their premiums reduced.
Obamacare is a marketplace of reduced things that are subsidized by the government through private insurance companies.
Right.
They're still private insurance companies.
Yes, they are still private insurance companies, but because they are giving these premium reductions, guess what insurance companies have been doing since Obamacare passed? They've been increasing their prices every year, increasing.
They were doing that before Obamacare.
Because they know the premiums that the government's giving, subsidizing for these people that can't afford insurance, they're increasing those subsidies. I can't say that word all the way across. Subsidies. They increase them and they increase them. That's why Trump cut it off.
No, that's not actually what happened. No, rates increase all the time anyway. What the reason why insurance companies are doing that is because they can, because they're for profit. That's the problem. As soon as until we get rid of for profit, as soon as we get rid of for profit insurance companies, that is the only way we're going to fix it. Because when the entire point of an insurance company is their bottom line, then it's not about the patients, and so we don't have anything to work with. But hey, Tanya. I'm gonna hang up the phone now, not because of anything with you, but because I actually went already an hour over my time, and so I'm gonna be done for the night, okay? And I'm tired. All right. Well, I don't want you to ask me one question, ma'am. It's consent. Call me back another time. I would love to continue this conversation. I will answer your question another day. Please come back another day. I'm tired. Okay.
It's about doctors.
All right. Well, ask me a question about doctors another day. Okay. Hope you have a good one. All right. Sorry, it's crazy. Karamo says, as a professional FXG, Polly's laugh is pretty masculine. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't care if it is or not, but I do appreciate it. And Jen asked me, who's my favorite classic rock band? I'm not a huge classic rock person. I know that's crazy, but I'm not. Like, as classic as I really get where I say I'm a fan is like the grunge era. Like I don't know. Like I was just never I've just never. It's just never my thing. I don't know. It's just never my thing. Like I like 90s rock. Like that's where I get into. I like Green Day. Yeah, I got to see them last year. They were amazing. I mean, if we consider Green Day classic rock, then yeah, I'm in. You know what I'm saying? But I said that's like grunge era. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. So I don't know if I really have a favorite like that. I don't really know. So you were saying like the Beatles, Tom Petty. Not really. Doesn't really interest me. I did get to walk on Abbey Road though, and I have a picture of it. It's pretty awesome. Like Zeppelin's cool. I like Zeppelin, but like Queen, oh, and if you were gonna name one, Queen's pretty high up there. Queen's really, really high. And Pink Floyd is really good too. God, those are some really good ones. You guys are naming some pretty good ones that I do really like. Journey, what do I look like? A pumpkin spice latte white girl? Give me a break. Okay. Don't stop believe. I'm joking. Play Stairway to Heaven. Janelle, Lindy, Gorilla, Odelia, Bitsy. Thank you guys so much for that too. I really appreciate that. Metallica, I do like Metallica. Metallica is probably definitely up there. I do actually really like Metallica. That's the one of those bands I would probably spend actually a good amount of money to go see. So, someone said Rage Against the Machine. I don't think Rage Against the Machine counts, does it? If Rage Against the Machine counts, then I think Red Hot Chili Peppers counts. And then I'm naming Red Hot Chili Peppers. You know? I mean, that's all in the 1900s, so I think it's all classic rock at this point, right? I mean, really, anything in the 1900s is classic rock, right? I guess it's just when you set the classic rock date. And I think that depends on your age. So I love it. It is funny to call it the 1900s. That makes me laugh. All right, y'all. I'm off for the night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I'll be on late, 7:30. So I'll see you guys then, okay? By the way, Black Sabbath might be the answer to that question.